And I can't wait for Valheim to release the North as well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so much fun.
They take their time, but I'm excited.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
sure do.
And we're gonna start from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. It would be pretty. Maybe I don't know. We
But
could
we'll
do
definitely need
1x resource, but like maybe we bump that up. I don't
no,
know.
I think we should definitely do like 2 at
Yeah,
least,
yeah,
maybe
yeah, for
2.5,
sure.
and then we can also get Valheim Plus lets you
Like quality of
lets
life
you draw
stuff.
materials from, boxes, things like that.
Yeah,
But like just kind of minimal stuff for quality of
yeah.
life,
2x would be good because I mean it's just for a first
Yeah.
playthrough it was fine, but it is just tedious, especially with the frickin' iron. Oh my dude, we went back for iron so much. It didn't help that you kept making extra iron equipment,
I
but
did that like 3 times, okay, and it wasn't that much.
yeah, I know, I know. I just like giving you shit.
Never living this down.
I'm looking at the the settings. I don't think there's anything else we need to change, but
Oh, for Abiotic?
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
probably not. I think just the research mini games.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you can make it so you lose everything when you die.
I
That's
bet you
horrible.
can. That
All
would be
items are
terrifying.
destroyed upon death.
I don't feel good at this game,
No, me
to be
neither. That would be horrible. Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay.
Uh,
I will start it up.
hmm.
Oh yeah, some people were suggesting increasing the item stack, but like the stack size, but I haven't
Uh,
really noticed that to be an issue yet.
yeah, it was okay. Oh,
Yeah.
let's see, where were we? Is this a yeah, you brought this ornate crate back.
Yeah, there's a
What?
second one that I forgot to grab as well.
Oh, my previous corpse loot bag. Uh, yeah, so if you save and quit when you have a loot bag, it apparently just drops it right here, so that's kinda
Oh.
a little cheesy, but also nice. Oh, look at this. There's an anvil. Cool. That was all that was on there. Let's see. I guess I don't need to carry this rat scanner anymore. You think we're getting a new base today?
I'm definitely down. We're gonna have to bring the TVs though.
Oh,
Maybe
makeshift headlamp. I just saw.
maybe we should make the wait, we can make one of these. Hold on. We should have made this like ages ago, I think, Lobos.
What is it?
Um the platform cart.
Oh, yes. Open. Oh
Because the
my.
cart has space on it, but then
It
on
does,
top of
yeah.
that, can I
Whee!
maybe we could put you could maybe even put like a crate on it. I don't know.
Oh man. That's
I mean it's not that
that's getting a
slow.
little
Like
getting a little greedy.
putting this on the tram would be nice, eh?
Yeah.
Where do we need to go, by the way? I guess we need to just still
Mm,
figure out where to get the fiber optic cable. Oh, maybe this thing doesn't go on
yeah.
the tram.
Wow, denied.
Oh,
Hmm.
this is not good.
Uh oh. Oh. uh yeah, you can just package it.
Yeah, I'll just
Hmm.
bring it with, I guess.
Well, do we need to go on this
Oh,
one
right.
or the
Isn't
other
there
one?
a button to like teleport the cart?
Yeah, it's over
Yeah,
by
it's by like
yeah, by the
Warren, right?
security guy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we can just frickin' load this that like if we need to do extra looting.
Hmm. Wait, did
Yeah.
it spill
Oh,
out?
wait, you need server admin or moderator. Oh, wait, I guess that just means like,
You.
yeah, yeah, that's
Right.
me.
Yeah.
I
Okay, okay.
wonder if I can make
Uh,
you, or maybe
an
you
admin?
are a mod or an admin. I don't know. Player management. Let me see.
He's managing me. No in-game sound, says chat.
Oh, you guys can't hear the game? Well, that's awkward. Okay, my bad. I thought I had my audio levels set up properly.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oopsies.
See here.
Sorry, chat. Oh yeah, I made a lantern.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, oh I need
Nice.
to charge it.
Ah. I did see the makeshift headlamp and something else. Because I
Oh.
guess you got one of the lenses.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I made one of them, I'm not sure.
Hmm. Well, I was guessing that maybe we needed the lens to make something for the wisps, to capture wisps.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like we only got...
Oh, you know what? I want to make, Spuddy.
Oh, Spuddy! Forgot about Spuddy. Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, we only have one, right?
yeah, we only have enough space for one. I think... I don't remember how I got the exquisite chain. I think maybe I scrapped something for it?
Is it? Yes, it was a pocket watch. I scrapped a pocket watch.
Yeah. Right.
Which I don't really know what else we need pocket watches for. We checked with the blacksmith, you know, we could trade it, but it didn't seem like we could.
Yeah.
Let's see, checking food situation. Oh, it's empty. I'm a little hungry.
Yeah, oh, I'm tired.
Fish. Alright. When you're ready, I'm ready. I think we just... I don't know. We gotta find...
I think we just gotta explore.
Yeah.
There was like the green, like acid looking area that I don't think we actually explored that. So I'm guessing it's there, maybe.
Oh, we were...
Okay.
I remember now we left off exploring a place I had shown us, but then I had to go. So I can take us back there, or... And I think it's also...
Yeah. You want me to make soup first, or...?
I have soup. If you need soup, soup it up.
Okay. I don't know if we have enough water, man. We need to, like, that's the main thing. I want to find a base with, like, actual water. Well, I guess we still have, wow, we have a lot of water, actually. We found so many coolers. Where's my freaking bucket?
Bolts. I need to make some more. We need pins if we want more, Oh, I guess you're using guns now, so...
Yeah.
Let's take the bolts.
I imagine we're gonna get, like, better bolts that we could make out of, like, rebar or something else.
Ooh, yeah, that's good.
Alright, well, the soup's cooking. I'm almost high enough cooking where I can get, I get, like, double cooking speed. That'll
Oh,
be
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I can almost use the sniper and the heavy weapons as well. I'm, like, halfway.
Oh, you're the sniper thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working up strength so I can get to two-handed weapons. I'll just keep this tank build going.
Come on, soup. Cook faster.
Oh, I guess we should try and make some deals. Do we have any meat for that?
I think so. Oh, yeah.
Test tubes. Let's see. I'll make some test tubes.
What's up, Basha? Good morning. Come on, soup. Cook faster. I feel like the game sounds too loud, chat. Hold on, let me turn it down a bit. Is there anything else we can plant? We have 3. I don't know if there's any new seeds we found.
Oh, we need water for this rice plant. There we go.
Alright, soups are done. Putting one in the fridge.
Oops. Okay. I'm good to go. I've got extra soup. Just gonna have to poop in a little while.
Alright. Yeah, I'm ready.
That's it.
I should probably
Did you make
locate a
syringes?
restroom.
I made 3. Oh, did you not make some for yourself?
No. I'll make 2 real quick and then we can go.
Okay.
I should probably locate a restroom.
Alright.
Oh, I'm irradiated. I think we got one of
I
these.
think my rat suit's been helping a lot against the radiation. It provides, like, blocks it apparently.
Yeah. Let me get a rat suit. So, if we take this one...
Is it the one
Just
across?
go to the blacksmith. So, yeah, we go to the other one.
Yeah, and then we opened up the shortcut so we can go, like, straight. Oh, there's a robot here. Do you want to kill it real quick?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Do we need more parts? Maybe we should just do it.
Probably. You have the spinner?
Yeah, I got the spinner.
Yeah.
There's one right here.
Right here. Okay. I'm gonna wake him up.
And that burn does, like,
Yeah.
a lot, actually.
That's real nice.
Oh.
Buddy.
Hello. I think these guys don't have ranged attacks.
Yeah. Oh. Always beating it up. Oh, Dominator. Nice.
I'm just gonna put on the tram.
You dropping that off, or? Okay.
I'm just gonna put on the
not much
tram,
work.
I think.
Oh yeah, true.
Some drinks in there in case we need it. Oopsies.
I followed you. I trusted you.
I'm sorry.
I wonder if you run faster if your weapons are stashed.
Yeah, maybe.
I can't contain this much longer.
You pooping soon?
Mm-hmm.
Did you break your leg or just injured?
Yeah, it's broken.
Oh, I have a splint if you want.
Alright. In fact, I think I have 2 broken bones.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Thank you.
Does my neck look broken if I'm looking at you but facing the other way?
No.
Oh, okay.
That looks normal.
Wait,
All right.
just one pump. Okay. I wonder if they all take the same thing to fix.
I think they're all fiber optic cable, yeah. It's gotta just be in an area we haven't found yet.
Did we go through this portal? We did, right? I presume.
I think so.
I think we did, but we should double check because if we didn't, there could be. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Down.
These guys are so tanky.
Yeah, they are. I'll leave the ammo. Ooh, Captain's Beret? I never saw that before. Okay.
I'm gonna chop stuff up since I got the potato. Maybe it'll
Well,
give some
drop more
rare loot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if we went down here. Go check.
Yeah, we should check. 'Cause I figured what we need to find. Oh yeah. Okay, we can hop back out here.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hey, where are we? Oh.
Oh. Interesting. Oh, and I guess we climb back up the ladder over here. Yeah. Huh. Oh. There's also a ladder down here. Hold on, with a red door. Checking. Ah, it's locked.
Well, shortcut then, I guess.
Yeah, someday. Okay. What's this? Beep.
We already checked the blacksmith. We don't have the materials.
Oh, shortcut door. Yeah, this way. Yeah, I remember a spot. You remember down here we opened that door,
Yeah.
and that should be a new area for us. Here, I think.
Oh yeah, this is the like acid area I was thinking about.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I think I just hit it.
Oh, I thought there was two guys, but it was you.
There's a guy right here. Out on the balcony.
Yeah.
Can't wait to be able to just one-shot these guys.
Yeah. Good on. Yeah, there's a
There's
lord
something
dude
down
here.
Actually, we were in here.
I think we were.
Yeah. But I
oh,
don't think we
yeah.
explored all of it, though.
Hmm.
Because there's a logistics store over there.
Oh. Oh, did I? I didn't bring my rad suit, but I got one.
Nice.
Authorized personnel.
Locked.
Oh, okay. A mage spawn.
I went down.
There. All right. I will go down too. Oh, I see where you're at. Ding. Oops. Mage Bro is following us somewhere. Oh my gosh, I keep accidentally eating iodine. Oh no, I canceled it. Okay, good.
Finding a good amount of screws. We needed more of those.
What the? I did like a running attack, and then it stopped me while I was running to do the attack.
I saw there's like a running attack upgrade you can get when your stats get high enough. Oh, wait a sec. We were down...
We've done all that.
Yeah.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in
More wheat,
3,
though.
2, 1. Reset.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. You're just diving in, huh?
It actually seems like it's okay.
Really?
I didn't take any damage.
Oh. Maybe with a hazmat. Let's see. Okay, so this is back up the way we came from.
There's an elevator here. Oh, right.
Oh, this is a door we could unlock, I think, but we need a switch for it.
There's an inspection section down here.
Where are you at? Oh, I see.
Oh, and railway down here. I think this...
I'm
maybe
checking
is
the spot
promising.
here. I think I'm finding a little secret cubby. Maybe. Oh, I see where this is. This is like the garage where we can go underneath, and I think we found it. Let's see. Okay, I'm coming back.
Oh.
I'm diving in. Oh boy.
Yeah, so there was a path here, but I don't know. Place is confusing, man. There's so many different ways you can go. Because over there is where that door was, with the ladder. We're going up.
Is it door? Do you see this door that's blocked with radiation?
Yeah, I saw that one.
With water. I'm gonna try and open it underwater. See if it drains it. Oh no.
Corruptio.
Oh, maybe there isn't anything else here.
There's definitely more because of the locked doors and stuff, like
Yeah,
side to stuff for sure.
true.
Let's see. What can the Ratmen drop? I forget. They drop something.
They can drop
Oh,
the
ornate.
suit. Yeah. And they drop the ornate key, too.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, so back up here. Roadway and control tower. Oh wait, it's a different spot.
Do I need to get to that lodge?
There's so many like shortcut doors that end up just being like kind of not shortcuts. Like, it's like places
Yeah.
we've already been and we're like excited to open them and then we're not. We're not.
Warning. The
I'm kind of back to the
safety of
beginning.
this sector is now -4. Please exit this sector via
We gotta find more portals.
tunnel.
wonder.
Oh, there's an NPC here.
Look, this place ain't healthy. I'm keeping an eye on it because someone's got to. And Frey could kill me if something went wrong. Things are bad enough already. But you need to head through the mines to the surface tunnel. There's no reason to stick around here.
He says we need to go through the surface tunnel up to the roadway.
Oh, okay. I saw a roadway on the sign. I see a sign near me. Wait, do we do this?
I'm at ship logistics right now.
Okay. I hope we don't just need like a rarer drop off of like,
doubt it.
aliens and portals. I also doubt it, but
How do I get back to you?
I'm trying to get closer. I'm at the yellow pump right now. There we go. At roadway. Roadway, I think, is just the blocked path.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, you're where?
I'm where like we killed a million enemies.
What next to come?
I'm gonna try to come back to you. Let's see where you are. Do you know where the roadway is?
I think I'm on the roadway. I think that's
Okay.
literally just the street, like where we first come from the shortcut.
Gotcha.
And he said,
Have we
roadway
not gone that way?
to tunnel. Yeah, we've been this way. I feel like that NPC was guiding us towards the, to Frake.
Yeah, I think you're right. And what is it that we missed? Unless we do have the material, but I'm pretty sure we checked the blacksmith before we...
We definitely checked them.
Yeah.
Well, here's mines check-in. Okay, so that door just won't open ever. There's an elevator here.
Maybe we try to get to the pump. Maybe there's... Like, have we checked where...
We've
over
checked yellow pump for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so, oh yeah, we were gonna say we should try and kill off these invisible guys and explore this area more. I think if we go this way and then across the bridge. Hello. Oh. Building strats. Here it comes. Oh. Waiting. Oh,
Going pretty fast.
yeah. There's this bridge across right over here that I feel like leads to new stuff. And there's also, oh yeah, there's this whole cave system. I don't know if you went into the cave system. When I was trying to find you that first time, and I aggroed like 10 of these dudes. Come on, buddy. Buddy.
Any day now. I think he's stuck.
He was up on top of something, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's stuck up there. Might just leave him.
Yeah, alright. So here's, oh, look at this. Flow control module requires optic lens. Whoa, okay. Well, clearly we've missed some stuff.
Oh, so it's not...
Shooting at it.
Because we have the optic lens, don't we?
We have one in storage, I think. Yeah. And this is the cave system. Also, what the hell? There's a door with a sigil on it or something? here's a new enemy. It's a maggot. Oh god. Oh. Not by this mage. Freaking mage, dude. This is a very simple cave system. Ow. Okay, he's almost killed me.
You want to go in here?
Maggot. Yeah, harvest this maggot. Here, this is a new enemy. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is very slow. Pink.
Oh yeah, there's like a sigil on the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Nith the Gluttons.
I wish when you press J, it would just like pop up the.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh.
No.
Oh my god, dude. All right. Did you see it? Oh, you missed it. Okay.
I'm reading the journal.
Oh, I see.
It's a gelatinous gastropodal creature.
Yeah, there's a oh, there's a new, I think, material. Looks like
Apparently, the gluttonous guy has an obsessive pursuit of nourishment and a curious protuberance from its frontal skull. Maybe it has something in its head.
Okay. I saw him pass by. He's basically Dark Souls 2 charioting through this area.
I see.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh,
Look at him, look at
God.
him, look at him. There he is.
Ooh. He's got something on his head. Like
He
a
does,
blue
he
thing.
does. There's also the blue thing over here. Looks like you can bunny hop through this slow stuff. Is this lootable? Glow tulip. Alright. New loots. There is something on the right. Oh no. Wait, is it? There was a bug on the wall.
Oh, another anvil.
Ooh, antiverse.
You can take all the flowers if you want. Oh,
Yeah.
that guy is like. Do we kill
He's
him?
like working on a computer or something. Maybe he's friendly.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
Betty. Oh.
Oh, it's
that-
kind of cute.
Okay, alright, well. He doesn't shoot a gun, so I'm weak to him. Requires core fragment. Core fragment?
It didn't drop anything. Thou hast awakened us.
Oh, there's a power socket here.
Oh yeah.
Okay, there's a slow boy walking our way. Oh, he didn't see us. Is that good that we awakened him? Do you have a bed on you?
Yeah.
I'm
need-
tired. Yeah. Eating a little. Careful, there's a Ow! Bruh. Something has awoken you. Oh.
Ooh, meat.
Oh, something woke me up again. You bastard.
I'm not sure this is where we're gonna find what we need, but we can keep looking anyways. Maybe it is.
And we also know to bring like an optic lens back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe we need to go to the green area. Like, well, it's just a pump, so I guess activating it's not really gonna help us,
Oh my
or maybe it will.
Oh, I'm stuck. Jesus. They die easily, at least. Oh! The big one. Do we maybe shoot the thing off of its face?
Yeah, we could try that.
Oh, there's a little secret passage here. working. What the? Huh. So many grubs.
Oh, there's a portal here.
It's very shaky.
Oh, I'm
What?
muted.
Is it-
There's a portal here.
Oh, there's a portal. Is this like a merchant? I think it's like a merchant. Hello. Like eventually?
Well,
Maybe we can make
leave
friends
him be.
with it. Yeah. Huh. Go
Oh.
on.
We're just here.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay, we gotta-
Lobos, I don't feel so good.
Are you puking? You pooping? Oh.
Oh dear. I really
I don't have any
must
plastic
use the
for that.
That's
restroom.
okay.
I'm gonna try and shoot this thing in the face
All right.
when it shows up next. Not here. Yeah. Come on, buddy. Am I reloaded? I am. Oh, here he comes. Oh, God. Oh, shit. He ran over me. Oh, I'm bleeding. It kind of looked like just one of the plants.
Yeah.
Glow tulips.
Well, I mean, this is a cool area. I feel like
Let's go back and just keep checking beyond like that bridge.
yeah.
There's definitely still more. And this is actually a different cave system than the one that I had found before. Hello. Goodbye. Like, there's a whole building over here. And other things.
Oh yeah, there's a new like repo update. They're adding new monsters later this month. It'd be fun to revisit.
Yeah, it's been a while. There's a invis guy somewhere. Oh, I see a portal up top. Find a way up.
Up where?
It was like up in that room on a catwalk. Oh, we have to get up. Well, I
Dr.
guess.
Pendleton questioned the Exor's similarity to humanity's own morphology, and I referred to her descriptions. Their form has evolved independently on Earth on at least 5 separate occasions. It seems that evolution resolves certain environmental challenges in a remarkably consistent fashion. There is, of course, another explanation for the Exor's apparent similarity
I have a bounce
to
pad.
ourselves, but
We want
without
to
the
use that to
necessary
get up.
data,
You try that.
refuse to
Otherwise,
indulge
oh, there's a
Pendleton's
check-in over
penchant
here,
for
I guess.
unnecessary
There, there's a
speculation.
save. Why not?
Besides, they look
Respawn.
closer to birds, if you ask me.
Check-in approved.
Okay. Yeah, you see up here, portal in the back.
Wait, there's a oh yeah, there's a broken ladder. Can we just
Just move that and use it. Actually, you might be able to just jump up into the
oh
the vending machines.
hold on, there was we could probably just package something here and use that, no?
Thanks for reminding me to package everything. Oh, steel cable, chain, anvil.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
you
know we
can-
need anvil much longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We have a few now. Probably need one other thing.
No,
Little-
I got up.
Oh.
I got up with that.
Oh, okay. Crouch jump.
Yeah. need to make a grinder at some point. What? Ah! Oh, okay, I'm in. I jumped in. Oh, what? Dude, oh! Okay.
You go back in.
That door, like, teleported me? Or was that just... Oh, no, the portal's in front of the door. Staff processing? What is this? Oh, this is new. Ooh. Vintage cabinet. Potted plant. Abstract mountains.
Forest painting.
There's an alien in the corner or something. Let me check my... Oh yeah, I'm gonna poop some... Not sure if jumped down yet.
Yeah, go down this ladder.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, I guess that's takes us down here. What is this growth on the wall? Oh, it's the bees. Right.
Oh, yeah, let's not. Not mess with those bees again.
Okay, just went back to the...
Oh yeah, I can take I can wash myself here.
Oh, nice.
You need to wash?
Not just yet. I'm getting close to pooping though. Can we open that?
Oh.
Yeah. Dang. Aw.
Give me a break.
We gotta figure out how to open these doors.
There's a pipe above that looks like it goes into the ceiling.
Oh,
See that?
let me see. I climbed back up. Pipe that goes into the ceiling. Oh, I see. Yeah,
Does
there's
that
like
actually
a
lead anywhere, you think?
I don't think so. There's like a
Oh,
half-flat-
yeah, no. That doesn't look very promising.
Might be it, I guess. Until we can open the funky looking doors.
Be able to recognize this place. We've been here?
I guess. Or like outside of it or something. But
Maybe we're on the other side of that door.
yeah, maybe. Oh, it says the tutorial. Yeah, I remember the tutorial. Okay. Oh.
Alright, Larksa just came in.
Oh, Larksa, okay. So we definitely need a lens to bring back to this machine. Oh, there's gonna be an invasion tonight. Maybe we should go back and get the lens and see if that kind of progresses us to what we're doing next.
You think... Wait, have we been to the old mines? Oh, right, that's where the aliens were.
Like I said, there is another cave system that we haven't touched at all.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
just feel like activating this pump... Do you think this is going to give us access to anything else? I don't
know.
Maybe.
But it's something to do that we haven't done yet. And up here is where there's a very a dense cave system. Let's go embarrassing. This is where I was running around for like.
Yeah, I'm down to
minute
explore
while I
this.
was trying to find you. Oh, well, there's a lot of enemies though. But they die quickly enough, I guess. Oh my gosh. Wait, there was something we could do to see the enemies. I think we could.
Yeah, I actually have the item, but I don't know how it works. It's like this crystalline vial, but maybe it needs to be...
Can you consume it? I definitely need to. Oh my god. I definitely need to go back and like heal before we do this because I'm out.
You don't have syringes?
I used them all.
Okay. Honestly, it's good sometimes to not... Like, you have base, just like natural healing a lot of the time, so...
Yeah. Mine is very bad though because I took that perk. It makes it bad.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's a trinket.
Oh. Nice.
This fucking enemy is so stupid.
What the? Did you shoot me?
No.
Oh. Maybe I'm getting sniped by another dude. Got enough breathing at least.
Okay. Well, let's go back then, I guess.
Yeah, we're getting sniped. Hold on, I think this is the right way. Hey, there's our jester box. This way? Seems familiar. Yeah. Oh. Did we go in here? I don't remember this door.
I have no idea where we are.
I guess I do remember this door. Some things to package, though. This is the mines check-in spot, which didn't actually have a check-in.
Oh yeah, I did read this before. Are we going the right way?
Yeah, come to me. Wait, where'd you... I don't know where you are. Oh, there you are. This way is like to the roadway, and then we can just take this back to our tram.
Mm-hmm. So slow. I can use heavy weapons now though. I got 8 strength. Oh yeah.
How are you getting strength?
By being heavy.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
I get 2 XP every like second.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm also heavy. What's my strength? Where is it? Wait, where? Oh. Ah, see, I'm almost level 7. Sorry, I'm coming. Yeah, when the fire drops off the weapon, it's definitely super noticeable.
Yeah, so this shard recharges everything
Oh.
automatically, which is kind of nice. Or the crystalline vial.
Oh, dang.
You might be able to make one too. Unless I got it as a
If it's a
drop.
trinket, that game is real worth. rat brother. Oh, almost fell to my death.
Sorry, chat. Just Poppy playtime? No. It's like a survival crafting game set in like a Half-Life universe. Is it like Subnautica? Yeah, it's it's similar to Subnautica in a way. I mean, in terms of aesthetic, it's very
okay.
different, but
We just need
it is
an
a
exquisite
crafting
chain.
game.
I'm gonna break down a pocket watch.
Okay.
Make one. I guess we can also go back to
Oh, there's a rat guy.
Oh, get him!
This sector will be powered down on terrorists. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Get fucking back here. Oh my god. I'm gonna see what we could do with brains.
I remember getting a brain. I don't remember it unlocking anything for me. But oh, you probably I don't know if we should eat them. Sounds like a bad time.
Maybe you can make soup with them.
Yeah, you probably can. I just
Oh, it says temporarily gain the intellect of another individual will cause sickness and vomiting. That'd mean. Alright, I'm gonna test it, Lobos.
Oh god. You're gonna get freaking
Are you sure you want to ingest this? Oh, okay, maybe not.
You're gonna get like Crion's disease or something.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know. Now it gave me a prompt, like double checking if I want to eat it. So now I'm kind of scared.
I don't know. That's a little exciting to me. Oh. Wonder if we can make a better bed that like lets
That's like 2 respawn points or something.
Well, I was thinking that like I don't know, increase like gives us a rested buff so we don't have to sleep as often or something.
Yeah,
This one is pleasant, so
be nice.
Unknown facility access
Uh-oh.
detected. Caution.
not while I'm
advised.
sleeping. Okay, I'm done.
Oh,
Are we getting attacked?
Anything you need?
Yeah, I mean, crystal. I'm good. Oh,
radio crackle. I want to I want to try out that like a 2-handed weapon now.
Yeah. Get the crowbar 2.0. I crafted it.
Okay.
It's super good.
Yeah, is it in a box or should I make another one?
I think the small.
Crowbar 2.0.
Isn't it like 75 damage or something?
Oh yeah, it's like easy to make.
Oh, there's a enemy out here.
Oh yeah, I see it. I'm gonna
Hey, he's attacking our
take the one you
frickin'
made.
horse.
Alright, let's try this thing out.
Okay.
Chop, chop, chop.
I heard somebody shooting out here. Were they shooting our dog?
Our dog?
Our man crawling.
Oh, our manslave.
Our man slave. That sounds worse. Oh, there's an enemy here. Wow.
Insect.
Oh,
Oh yeah, can we make headlamps now? You said we can, right?
yes. Makeshift headlamps.
I should definitely do that.
Gun. Yay. Oh, but the thing is, it takes an optic lens. Did you take one? A lens or?
No.
Shoot. What do you remember what we need to trade for optic lens? Chat, anyone?
Wait, it says, or wait, no. Maybe we could check the map on the blacksmith, but this doesn't say what it's traded for.
I'm asking. We already saw it and we traded for it. We just don't remember. Because
We're just
keep your journal.
Just saving us time.
Reinforced hose. There you go.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, we can make a bunch of those.
Nice. Oh, it's gotta be powered. You're my reinforced hose, chat. Thank you.
Is there any new soups I can make, maybe?
I do need to eat. Super tomato soup. Sounds so good.
Is there a way to drop or like empty the soup? Or on ground?
Okay, I made reinforced hose. I'm bringing for the lens. Ooh, nice bucket.
Let's see. What else can I cook?
Did you get the fast cooking yet?
I'm not sure. I think I'm pretty close, but I don't know if I have it quite yet.
Here at the Gate Cascade Research Facility, safety and security demand we take our primary power network
Whether you're
offline at
shifting
night.
and running
All
units
major
or
power
helping deliver
outlets are
critical
shut down,
hydro plant
as well as
upgrades,
most pathway
you must
lighting.
be forklift
However,
certified
if
to
your
drive one of
research
our
or
many
study
mobile
requires
force
a source
vehicles.
God damn it, Lobos!
This helped me
From
poop,
manufacturing
okay?
systems that use the reactor
About to poop.
you'll need up-to-the-minute credits on board, and lift, lug, or push material wherever everything goes. Warning and or notification and caution for your destination or intermediate
Every
transit
day
zone.
is a new
Arrive
opportunity
safely
for
and
science.
enjoy
What's
your
up, Oro?
freedom of travel.
Not stopping.
Do I have any raw pests?
Am I on fire? Wait, is this smoke? Oh, is it fog
Oh.
day?
I
Dude,
don't
we
know.
should we try and farm those guys for armor? Oh, I pooped.
Here
Oh,
at the
oops.
Gate Cascade Research
You know the drill.
Stinky.
we take our
I don't know how
primary
much
power
we
network offline
need
at
poop
night.
anymore, but
All major power outlets are shut down, as well as most pathway lighting. However, if your research or study requires a source of energy during nocturnal hours, protocols permit the use of approved batteries.
I almost have battle charge.
To power your projects when the
we need to
lights
like
go out. If you do plan on working late,
we need to raise some animals to make poop for us.
While rescuing anyone helps to promote healing, lying down
God,
for
it's
a
starting
short
back up.
nap.
All right, I have finished pooping. Ah, TVs.
opportunity.
All right.
Yeah, I've had enough of the TVs. All right. Well, there's no more soups that I can make, so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I need to sleep, and then I'm good to go.
You
make more heals?
I'll make more heals.
Oops. I'm eating soup IRL right now.
What? What kind of
Yeah.
soup?
Cream of chicken. Yeah, the arcade music is good.
Yeah. I want. Whoa, dude. This guy's corpse is interestingly posed in midair.
You got hoses?
I got hoses.
Okay. Nice.
Where? Do you want to farm the dudes that come out in the fog? Here?
I mean, we can. I don't know where they are necessarily.
Yeah. It seemed like we need like, I don't know, 3 or 4 for a full armor set, but.
Oh yeah, we can make armor from them. True. I wonder if there's like a way to detect entities.
Oh. Oh. What's that stomping around?
Hear it. Oh, maybe let's. I think it's above us, maybe?
Oh, that makes sense. Hello? Hello?
Oh, we're here.
Oh, it's a
Open the
regular
door.
dog. What the? Yeah, oh my gosh, it one-shot this dog. Ow.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, that's
I mean, the whole facility is fogged, right? So let's just
guess
progress,
so.
and maybe we'll
Yeah,
find them
we're-
anyways.
Where's that elevator? Here? Oh!
It's okay. I have a splint.
My fault. You're never gonna heal your leg, dude. It's...
I was too impatient. I didn't want to wait for the elevator.
Yeah, I was also too impatient. Wait, we need to go to the blacksmith, so I'm gonna take the other lift.
Oh, yeah.
To hose it up.
Wait, we actually... Okay, I'm gonna take a look at the map.
Yeah. We can run from the blacksmith, too.
How do I even open the map, actually?
J? For me, it opens the map right away. They're all corpse weight.
Because don't we have a... Oh, we actually have a map for Manufacturing West. Like, we should...
How do you look at it? Oh, wait. Oh, in the top right.
Yeah, click Manufacturing West.
God.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, let me get the lenses from this guy.
Have we been to the mapping center yet?
Most of what I need's around here somewhere.
I've seen.
But you might need to go a little
I think so.
further
but
afield.
I know where the sign is for
There's
it.
places that ain't on the map,
Hold on, wait.
if you know what I mean.
Dude,
Look around the track.
solder for fiber
More than
optic
just a
cable.
bus stop.
Oh, that's the soup I made.
Soup.
Wait, well, that's
We
so.
ain't getting it
Oh,
here anytime
What?
soon. You gotta
I
be
think I
careful.
made that like as we ended the
Cleaners
stream.
are gonna have enough on their hands.
Yeah, and I put it away. Okay. So
All right, well, let's go.
Well, that's easy. All right.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh. All right.
Well, time to make some solder.
Yeah. Walk around and level strength. Oh, I can push you? That's kind of scary. You okay? Oh. On my screen, I was pushing you around.
Oh. Well, I guess we did need to just check the blacks.
Nah, that was good.
It's kind of messed up that they put like a key progression item behind cooking, like just one random recipe.
Yeah.
Maybe there's like a hint that tells you you need to make it or something.
We haven't been really reading the journal very much. At least I haven't, so.
Yeah. I don't know, I've been reading like all the email terminals that I can find, see if there's
Yeah, I've been reading
relevant
bits
info.
here and there. But I feel like it's just easy to miss some stuff.
Yeah.
So we need two more
I have a
solders?
pot of glue. You want it?
I don't. Scoop up. Giga glue. Oh, I see. Interesting. There you go. I placed the pot. What was that roar?
Oh, you had one.
Find that other solder.
Yeah, I'll just make more. It's easy to make if I remember right.
It's like metal scrap?
Silver scrap and metal scrap.
Oh, silver scrap.
We picked up a good amount of silver scrap before.
Wait, we have 4 solder. We're good.
Oh, well, I'm gonna make more just in case we need it.
Alright.
It's easy to make, so why not?
Yeah. Oh, do we have any more soup?
Yeah, there's some on the table.
Nice. Dope. I'm gonna go turn in for the thingies. Well, I guess.
I mean, I can just get this cooking and then I'll come with.
Yeah, you can start it up. I was thinking I had to come back after the blacksmith, but actually there's one pretty close to him.
All right, solder's cooking up.
Nice.
Oh, wait, yeah, there's the pot of solder right next to the blacksmith. That's how we learned the recipe.
Wait, we need to go to the other side. I mean not the
Oh,
other
yeah,
side.
yeah.
Wait, but we didn't get to loot any from him, huh?
No, but it's like,
Yeah.
that's the hint, right?
But why does he want it if he can make it right there?
All right, well, progress. Let's go.
Progress. It's happening.
I'm excited to get past this area.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure we'll have to
Fix these
come
in
back.
Yeah. Probably.
Oh. All right, there's a hacking door up there, but we already got that.
Most of what I need's around here somewhere, but you might need to go a little.
So you have optic
further
lenses and
afield.
fiber cables?
There's places
New
that ain't on the
idea,
map.
healing briefcase.
If you know what I mean.
Oh, I'm gonna
So look
get
around
an
the
extra
tram
fiber optic
station,
cable in that case.
Because it's more than just a
But
bus
yeah, I got.
stop.
the
Can you drop that for me?
lenses.
Best of luck.
So I can see the recipe.
Yeah.
Or you could also just share the recipe, but either way.
There you go. Share the recipe.
Mm-hmm.
You mean
Yeah,
just
if you click on the recipe,
What?
if you open your crafting and click on any recipe, there's like a share button under the pin.
Oh, that's cool. A reusable, throwable healing device which provides healing in a radius. Ooh.
Used for the
Requires
briefcase. Oh, and it needs solder. Look at that.
Ah, okay, nice. So yeah, it's
Cool.
fiber optic and the solder. That's pretty dope. This feels like classic Battlefield. I don't know, never played Battlefield.
Let's fix these frickin' pumps. Yellow one's right here.
Yeah. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, what the heck? Oh my, dude, that crowbar is insane. Dude, I gotta get my strength up.
Gotta get that strength up.
Yeah.
All right.
Easy. Okay.
Beautiful.
What's next closest?
Yeah, I think we just go up the roadway to green.
Yeah, I guess so.
I almost have a sprinting attack too. Once my blunt weapons, I'm like,
Well, see, I have one, but it's weird
Wait.
because it's like when you attack, you step back. Ready? You see
do it
this?
again? Oh.
You like jump back, and it insta hits.
So your blunt melee is level 7?
My blunt melee probably. That's like all I've been using. It is.
You should.
Yeah,
it's battle
like-
charge.
Yeah, battle charge. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Huh.
I'm so excited to see what kind of crazy weapons you get like later in the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna fix this. Oh wait, this is the green pump.
Dude, I two-shot this guy. Okay, you fixed it. Nice. All right, let's get out of here.
Right. Wait, one more though, red, right? What's happening?
We're doing it.
Woo! Where is this? Oh, this is where the NPCs are. Right. Nice. Wait. Oh, we need the diode. I made them, but I think it's stored.
Can't we trade for a diode, or does the diode need to be
Yes.
traded? Okay.
Yeah, you trade for a diode. It's back here. Oh, I'm gonna start
Alright.
running back.
Well, you can go do that. You know, I'm gonna stay here and eat my soup.
Yeah. It's close enough.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Be right back, chat.
Huh. What's up, Box? Bro got a gun on him. Gotta pick up that couch. What are you doing, Box? Alright. Hurry plank while he's gone. You heard him, chat. So wait, can we check what to trade at the blacksmith from anywhere? Is that a different hazmat suit?
All right, I'm back.
Oh, is it? That one had a bronze visor. Don't tell this I'm going to bed. Oh, also I didn't bring the bed. Nice. Wow, I didn't tell them about the plinking, and you're just gonna straight up blab about me going to bed. Okay. I understand. It's pretty fucked up, though. Diode. Where they at? There we go. Nice.
I'm back.
All right, I got the diode. I am heading back to the tram.
I'm curious, how many people here in chat have played this game before? Yo, what's up, Glad? Yeah, I saw you were playing it for quite a while. Played it co-op and it took ages. Yeah, this game is fucking long. We have like we've still barely scratched the surface of this game. Like when we go to the locations, like these are all the locations in the game, and look at how much shit we've like not seen.
Oh, strength level 7, almost there.
Nice.
We're gonna be double crowbarring everybody.
Can you backseat a good item? No. I don't want to know.
Who's screaming?
Oh, once you get level 4 first aid, you can make a rad remover. Interesting.
Oh. You just looking at the skills?
Mm-hmm.
Rad remover. What's my first aid? Oh, I'm 4.
Oh.
I'm almost 5. You can see all negative medical debuffs when up close to another player. Okay.
0 fishing. What's your fish level? Probably not high either.
Probably not high. It's 1.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, the Synchrotron.
Oh, no, we gotta overload. Okay. Man, I remember that. That's like 10 hours ago.
We have a shortcut to the Synchrotron that we opened up. I don't remember where it is, but I know there was like a because we activated like an elevator that takes us up to the Synchrotron.
Yeah, it's like that main road where all those dudes were shooting at us.
I think if we go this way, right?
This is the tram. Is there a path this way?
Where was that path?
Come back. I thought if we just go back this way and just take the road all the way back, I think it takes us to the Synchrotron. Synchrotron. Uh-oh. Oh.
I'm going.
Geez, he's fast. Oh my god.
Yeah, so you can headshot enemies, I think, by the way, with melees. I think that's why it's killing them so fast.
Oh. Woo! Oh.
How does the fishing work? Anyways, I haven't tried it yet.
How does it work?
Mm-hmm.
You like cast and then it'll start pulling, and it can pull in 8 directions, like up, down, left, right, or diagonals, and you push the opposite direction with WASD.
Oh.
Is this right?
Mapping center is this way.
Oh, I think this is right this way. This is the blacksmith, and then we turn right, and then we follow the road. There's gonna be enemies, but oh my alarm's going off. Oh, here's one of the armor dudes. One of the fog monsters.
Oh.
He had a lot of health, I remember, but you probably died.
We're a lot stronger now.
Yeah, we are way stronger. Oh, just disappear. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, okay. He's disappearing.
He's hurting.
Oh.
Oh, he grabbed you.
Yeah, he grabbed you.
Oh my god, I'm missing everything.
Okay, I haven't taken like any damage yet. I should do the running attack. It's probably strong. Coming, coming. Okay. Oh. It's weird, they teleport and then just like stop existing for a moment. Oh god.
Damaging.
Ooh. One down. Yeah.
Nice.
Where's the other one?
Was there?
Maybe the other one burned to death.
Wait, there was 2? Was that not just the illusion?
Oh, maybe. Oh, that's right. They split. I forgot about that. Okay, never mind. All right, so down this way, I think, is where that chest is, where they could shoot.
Oh yeah.
us.
Let me. Oh shoot. You think the turret's still active?
It's probably active again.
Do you have a bed?
Yeah, I did.
Can you put it down? I'm gonna try to get that, but I might die, so.
Oh, because we have a key?
Oh, I got it.
Adversary.
Oh, okay. I think running turn left at the... Yeah, come back this way.
Can we not just go straight down this way? Yeah, because it looks like this is the path. I think this is where the shortcut is, right? The elevator? I don't know. I'm gonna go this way.
Okay, I thought the beginning of this area right here is where the Synchrotron is. Roadway Lima.
Yeah, this is the elevator.
Oh. I went to dead end. I went to where you hid in the bathroom when we first got in here. What's this button? All right, so the coming to you, towards you. Oh wait, maintenance access. Oh, it's locked. I'm coming. Oh yeah, Synchrotron. Sweet. Need a Chloranthy ring.
Dude, the stamina is kind of rough. I wonder if you can make like something to
Yeah. Like a food or something. Wait. Is this? Oh, I remember this room. I think we need to go up though. This is the path up.
Yeah, I don't remember if this is the right way. We're definitely in the right spot though.
Yeah. I think this is. Where the lady was like, be careful, they're gonna be shooting at you everywhere. Okay. Stairs.
Toilet. Where's the toilet? Gate
security crate. You know what? I bet those military guys can drop keys. I would guess.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we're in the right spot, Lobos.
Oh. Douglas? Did we talk to Douglas?
Yeah, we were in
Just
here
trying to
before.
help get us out of here.
Oh, this is where I left my bed. Yoink.
Hey.
Oh, this is where we repaired the thing.
Heard something.
Yeah, I don't think this is the right way, Lobos.
Alright, so down the dirt area.
I think it's just back where we were, but there was like a different elevator we were supposed to take.
Fog makes it kind of hard to... Oh, wait. There's an indicator on the map. Yeah. There's the quest dot. Oh, it's a bridge right above us. Did you find stairs?
Yeah, there's a ladder.
Oh, I see it. Oh.
Oh god. Oh god. I'm making a bed. 1 sec. I'm probably gonna die.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Good timing, not. Are you still using pistol at all?
I have it. I've been picking up the ammo. It's not that good though anymore, I don't think. Takes like 8 shots to kill these guys.
At least
I think we just go up here. Somewhere.
Yeah, we need
There,
ranged.
maybe?
I guess SMG and stuff. Oh.
I don't know if this is actually the right way, but we opened a bunch of shortcut doors.
You left your bed, by the way. It seems like the right way.
Ha.
Nice. What would you?
I have to admit, you surprised me. I had to come and see this for myself. You gonna do the honors?
Do it, Lobos. Whoa.
Oh my god!
That's good, right?
That's a black hole.
Okay.
Oh, we can go down now. We teleported the Synchrotron away.
Aww. Let's see. It's cold. Wait, did I go the wrong way?
You might have. Oh yeah, because now we're just here.
Oh, this is where I was before. I could have just climbed down. Oh. That was a shortcut, I think.
You were right.
Nah.
I remember getting back to this place pretty quickly, but maybe I'm just not remembering right. Like, I could have sworn there was an elevator I took up that just took me, like, right here somewhere.
Charge station. There's our dog.
Oh!
Uh-oh. Oh,
That's
there is
okay.
an elevator right here. Down. Look at Smash. Where are you? Oh.
Above you.
Oh, you're above me?
I respawned because I died.
Oh, oh no. Yeah, I'll stay at the elevator.
Just gonna have to run back.
Take a little nap in the break room.
I see your loot bag.
Oh, our manslave is here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, there's so many of these gate crates. Oh wait, this is ornate. Do you have a key?
No. Good to remember though.
Yeah. Near Synchrotron. Oh god, I did it again.
My legs, Lobos.
Look, what doesn't kill your legs makes them stronger. Definitely. Oh. Labs sector. Oh!
What was that?
Forward our way to manufacturing west. There's blood. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Where do we go? Did that look like dead end?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing. And I want to be able to capture these freaking wisps.
Mm-hmm. Oh, loading? Oh. New big area. Cascade Laboratory.
Janet, you always say my science is out of control. This project is different. I feel more in control than I've ever been.
Health regen is so bad. Oh. Daytime. Who's talking? Somebody up here.
The rail hurts if you stand on it, by the way.
Classic. Is that a person? No, it's a... Oh! New tram destination?
Oh!
Is it?
Locked at another station.
No! Okay. Try this door.
Oh, there's a bunch of people in here. Where? Oh yeah, tram access. There's... It looks like you can see here through the glass. We need an item to fix it. Not sure what.
Oh. Can we break this? Guess not.
Alert. There has been a complete
Wildlife penis. Oh, pens. Wildlife pens.
Oh, Boxman is here.
I checked Boxman. He's got a couch.
Are you sure about this, Abe?
Of course I'm sure, Janet.
Do you remember the pocket
They're
dimension?
working on a little
I
guy.
remember the pocket dimension.
This is completely different. We're fighting fire with fire.
Oh.
Man's never let me
Wait, where's
try
our
this.
box? He's got
If I can
drinks,
just
right?
bootstrap the neural array, I should
maybe?
be able to...
I think he's got drinks. Thought. Oh, maybe not.
Oh no. Janet.
Oh my god, it's loose.
Run, Janet.
Oh. Oh.
An
Are we gonna finally be able to open
electro-pest.
these doors? Oh,
Fascinating.
Oh, we can make a pest teleporter.
Pest teleporter. Hmm.
Converting resources into freshly teleported pests. Huh. Oh, we needed a jailbroken CPU.
Interesting.
Oh, and anomaly. I guess that's... Yeah, we can see it's like a wisp in a vial.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Maybe we just need a test tube to capture the wisps.
It doesn't really look like a test tube, though.
Yeah.
This is Dr. Mance. If you had asked me 5 years ago what our chances of using the perforation system as a stable travel network were, I would have assumed I was talking to an imbecile. Today, such a network seems within our grasp. The T3 unit, or the Dark Lens they're calling it, has proven exceptionally successful. There are few places on Earth we cannot access under stable conditions. And finally, we can create those stable conditions. In theory.
Oh.
I would say our
You can?
ambitions have
I guess
extended
so.
far beyond their
I'm
origins.
sick.
Far beyond.
No.
I have Borborgum... I don't know what the hell this is.
Oh, God. Oh, shit. I almost hit the box.
Oh yeah, can we talk to this guy?
Which guy?
Oh, never mind. I did not eat the brain.
Notice that this fence was broken. Laboratories. There we go. Wildlife pens.
Mmm.
XR containment. Huh. See it, report it. Uh-oh.
Mm.
Okay. That looks cute. Hey, there's like a machine gun turret over here.
I think we can use it. Can we package it?
X-ray tower. New idea. X-ray tower. Capable of turning away or suppressing X-ray sensitive entities. Oh. I want that
With a
ball.
lab burner and a projection matrix.
Interesting. Wait, how did you get that?
I was just looking at what the recipe requires for the X-ray tower.
Oh, I got you. X-ray transport.
Well, this opens. Looks like there's another path that way too.
What?
Oh.
The button up here. Emails.
Ooh, a painting. Octopus painting.
Octopus. Oh, 1 second. Cat wants in. Okay. You're reading these emails? The help one is interesting.
I think only one of us can read it at a time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, wait, I pressed a button. Oh, I don't...
Oh.
Oh, it opened a portal.
The hate-inducing table. Okay. We got some SCP stuff going on here. Okay.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Make sure you're following the protocols.
Take some metal scrap.
Things like IS with 0513 should not be stored at any of our
I didn't know I could fall.
facilities. Oh. Are you dead?
Oh, no, but I might as well be. I thought it was a closed window.
Hate-inducing table. Probably an entity, right? Wait, what is it?
I might die, but there's a way into where that X-ray gun was pointing, and there's a red ball orb that I want. Layak essence. I picked it up.
Oh, the portal takes us to Manufacturing West.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it's somewhere we haven't been, though.
Oh, okay. I'm hobbling back that way. Well, in here, there's a path.
Yeah, we can go that way first.
Here, this is what I got. Oh, it's radioactive.
Oh. The food?
It said you can do
Pink
paint
paint.
with it, but probably more. I'm not
Extremely poisonous.
I need to sleep. I'm gonna sleep in this radiation area.
Oh yeah, I left my bed up in that one spot.
IS-091 is the most intense AV candidate we've ever encountered.
Despite its appearance, it's a transcorporeal entity of some kind.
Open the gate.
invulnerable to any of the physical deterrents we've tested so far. Walls, doors, shielding. They do nothing to impede it. Intriguingly, it only appears to a single viewer at one time.
Oh, it's like the girl.
Dr. Stern has that dubious honor.
Oh yeah.
He identified it in the field and it followed him back here.
Do you want to check that portal real quick? I think
Looking for him
Sure.
like a lost puppy.
this probably goes pretty deep since we're at like the start of the area.
Yeah. I'm really hurt. I'm letting myself regen. But
Do you need a syringe?
I've got 3. I just.
Okay. Just letting it regen, yeah.
Yeah. I guess if we see combat, then I'll pop one. But my leg being broken doesn't help things. That door just closed by itself. Oh no, it's a freaking mage. Alright, I'm gonna pop this mage. Okay. Alright. Kind of going crazy around here. Mage is shooting you.
Oh. Stop teleporting.
Is it dead?
Yeah.
Yes. Let's see what's up here. There's a vent up here. Oh, another mage. Ah, I can open doors. Look. You dead? Wow. Okay. Roadway. Tram
Oh, we're
station.
here. Oh yeah. I already did this hack.
Yeah. I remember this. Okay.
I guess it's just a shortcut then.
Yeah. Do we want to go back for anything?
No, I'm good.
Do you have any duct tape?
Yeah.
Or planks? I need for a splint.
You have wood?
I don't have wood.
Yeah. I was trying to find some, but.
This. Oh wow. No wood here.
Wait, maybe this will work. Back. Oh, guess that doesn't work. Never mind. Oh, there's wood right here.
Oh,
in the
where are
portal.
you? Oh, in the portal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Splint me, daddy. There we go. I'll just make 2 splints.
Hello, old chicken. What's up, buddy?
Yay. Do you need splint?
Not right now.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Looking at something, I'm just messing with my hotbar.
I perceive a distinct
I mean, it's
lack
okay,
of
Asmandis.
Oh yeah. We opened up a gate. This area looks pretty big here.
Ooh. Oh, we need a hot wire kit. There's a cart here. Security cart.
Hot Oh, that looks dangerous. All right, all right. What the?
Check-in approved.
Check-in.
Check-in approved.
Particle lab and wildlife pins. C blocks. Adjustment. Oh, tram? Oh. Inner wing.
Is it coming?
I think so. This big elevator went up. I think the tram's gonna land there, and then it's gonna come back down. Maybe. Maybe not. The tram. Oh, the tram is inbound. Wait, is this a tram?
Oh, maybe this is what they mean by tram, like goes up.
I guess.
Oh yeah, there's like a bunch of different floors here, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah. It's Oh, well, this is going up. Hello? Ah.
Could be some good stuff hidden.
Construction lights. Oh, we already saw those. Emails.
You don't need to tell us, Esmondus. I would rather just find it out ourselves.
Okay, these emails talk about removing.
I don't really
dark
want you to tell me
lines.
something that's gonna make the game like easier or whatever.
Okay.
Rather just figure stuff out on our own.
Ammo. Oh, this is where we came in, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see.
Toilets here if you need.
No, I'm pretty good.
Alright. Well, I am hungry though. On the vending machine.
Yeah. You want to see where the lift goes?
Yeah, I think that's the only way we can go anyways.
Okay. Although, wait, it's around.
Anything else down here? Doesn't seem like it.
See an NPC behind, far away, not close. I'm coming. Okay.
All right, well, let's try to be methodical about this. Let's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Okay.
First floor.
First. Wildlife
guess.
pens or inner wing?
I want to go to the wildlife.
Bet you did. All right.
That's
Sanic?
what I thought I saw.
It's blue. Oh boy. Left wall strats or something. Okay.
Janet, wait for me!
Oh, level 3. We don't have a level 3 hacker. Or well, do we have the recipe?
There's a C station. It looks like tram. Maybe this is the backside, you know, while we were looking through and seeing the soldiers.
Oh yeah.
Might be the other side of that. Checking cupboards.
Salt. Yeah, definitely grab salt if you...
Okay.
Because it's used in
Ooh,
like
healing
most
damage.
cooking recipes.
Coffee if you need coffee. And oil too. Construction Fest 2025.
see a TV.
Oh.
Immurement designations are tools.
Nice. Oh, I don't think I picked the bed back up. Oh, whoops. Oh. Oopsies. Oh, wait. Here's a... Is this level 3? No, this is level 2.
Oh.
Can you open this? Oh, this goes back to the check-in at the beginning. I heard some guns happening.
Why am I taking everything? I'm not taking everything.
We need the couch is the hard part of the bed, right? So I'll just pick up this couch.
Yeah.
And then...
We have a check-in, like, respawn point right here as well. So.
I was just thinking for sleeping, but yeah. That's Oh. Oh. Oh.
Try to kill it. Wait, does he have a gun?
Oh, he's fast. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, he's kind of hard. Oh, cheesable.
I don't know if I'm doing damage when I attack out of stamina. Surely it's fine.
Surely. Okay. Rat boy ran past. Okay, gunman. Okay, I killed gun guy.
Ooh, jailbroken CPU.
Hey, I was wondering. He's a little tougher.
Yeah.
We'll need something to repair. Probably with the jailbroken CPU, right? To make the wiring kits.
Yeah, we needed it for something. I remember.
Yeah, we need that for this door here too. Oh gosh. Ow.
Oh yeah, you know what? Let me put down the cart.
The jumpy boys hurt real bad now. Oh wait, tram station key.
Oh, we need another key.
Yeah. Who did we get that from before? NPC? Probably.
Yeah, but we make it. We just craft it.
Oh, there's a map. New map to add. What does that sound? Oh, it's probably the cart. Electropest, yeah. Okay. There's a nice big office area up here.
I mean, this could potentially be a good spot to build a base, maybe, because it's right next to the tram.
Ooh, kind of like it. Plus, look at the pool. Got the aquarium down there. We gotta clear out these electropests, though. They're nasty.
Yeah. Oh, do you have a splint?
Yes. Blank. I'm gonna attack this pest. There's hazmat suits. There's like all sorts of stuff up here.
Ooh, lab mask.
Lab mask. Hello.
Yeah. Where is immune to spores and other airborne viruses?
Ooh, okay. Emails? Ooh, new idea. Antithermite.
Yeah, there's like so many cupboards here for storage too. Crazy amount of storage.
Pictures of Pluto. Oh. Are you talking?
Where's the bathroom?
Oh, I got a capacitor from the electropest.
Oh, you cut it up?
Yeah.
Found a briefcase. Wait. Replace the helmet. Holy shit! Bro. Oh, my inventory's full. Stapler here. Couple staplers. Hydrochloric acid. I don't know if we've used that yet.
Use it for a few things, I think.
Yeah. Fire.
Well, seems like it's just a ton of loot here, really.
Salt. Ah, I can't carry the salt. It's in the cabinet. Big laboratory cabinet. Okay.
The character stinks, yeah.
Oh. There's this lore over here. I don't know if you hit
Dr.
it
Derek
yet.
Mance reporting.
I didn't do that.
Research Director. We've discovered that direct observation from the targeted subject arrests 091's movement. It then dematerializes. Where it goes, we're uncertain. But it returns 3 or 4 hours later, seeking out the original subject. We've dosed Dr. Stern with a CNS to keep him awake, but he has to sleep at some point. And then, well, we're not entirely sure.
Oh, did you get food from the vending machine?
Yeah, about a little bit.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm gonna...
Well...
Dropping this couch. We should go talk to the NPC that is where we first came up the lift.
Sure.
Maybe they'll give us, like, an idea of where to get the tram key or something.
Can we get to that NPC?
Thought so. Where was the lift?
Was that not the NPCs behind the glass that ran away?
No, not them. Not them. Where... We shortcutted back here, I think, right?
Power services
Oh, okay, this way.
will be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of containment, return them.
There's an NPC over here that we didn't try to get to. They might be behind something, but...
Okay.
I'm right over here. Oh, it's a security dude!
Oh.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so we need the thermite to burn that stuff off over there, I think, eventually. Hello, Thule.
Oh, it's you. I came through the hole some maniac blasted in manufacturing. Obviously, I was planning on getting through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator.
That
but
was
it's
rude.
covered in some muck. Typical. I suppose they'll have something to deal with that in the containment block, but the place is completely locked down. It never ends. I really need a coffee.
Oh, a tier 3 keypad hacker. Let's go.
Whatever's going on, it'll be something to do with their work in containment.
Need quantum
Those
glass.
cowboys can't tell a
Quantum
boson
glass.
from a bath mat, and sometimes I wonder if they even care. As soon as they set foot in another dimension, all good sense goes out the window.
Okay. Well, there's... How do we want to do this?
Yeah. We can go up here. There is stuff besides the blocked path. Do you want to try and make a trip back home, though?
Kind of, but I also don't. Because it's kind of far. But
yeah, if we could figure out the tram key, that would be great.
yeah.
I don't really know. Oh. I just saw this creeping crystal.
I mean, I don't feel like making the tram key is too unreasonable to do here, but we need one security bot CPU, and I don't know, maybe because we only have the jailbroken.
Oh,
yeah,
it's the
we
same
built
one.
it before, yeah.
I see. Controller. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. This is one of the most goblin playthroughs of Abiotic you've seen. I mean, yeah, we're kind of loot goblins, but
Hey, what's for lunch?
you don't know what you're gonna need. Well, we just found a spot that seems like it would be a good
Mondays,
base.
Am I right?
Oh man, I should have bought another. I should have got another tram station key. I had a feeling we were gonna run into this situation.
So I was pumping iron the other day.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
So I was pumping iron the other day.
What does this guy eat?
Okay.
Hey, if you're
sorry.
tired, feel free to lay down. I won't
All good.
tell the boss.
What are you up to? Oh.
Trying to feed this guy some alien.
Is this malnourishment?
Oh gosh. I'm very hungry. Red hungry.
There's peas on the platform cart, but
Ooh. Peas.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should go back. I really don't. It's so far. I feel like maybe it's not though.
I think it's too bad. Maybe we could try crafting some sort of glass thing. I want to try making the test tube and capture the wisps. Because we've had a couple recipes that require anomalies so far, but I don't know. I was thinking maybe.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Vehicle lot. Yeah, this way.
We have a shortcut. So the thing is, I did see a sign that said office sector back where we were.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Where's the cart?
It's by the tram,
Okay.
which right here.
Give me those peas. Oh, there's a lot of peas. Holy cow. Eating a lot of peas. Okay.
The office sign was, I think, over this way. Where was it? We go. Oh, I'm not good at. Oh wait, there's a map here, I think.
Yeah, I think I picked that up earlier. This is rank level 3. Yeah, I see.
Oh yeah, to office sector. Wait, wildlife pens. You see it over here?
Oh, sorry, it's constructing.
Right here.
Yeah. Oh. Office sector and adjustment lane. I think if we go this way. Look, there's people here. Just chilling. Did we even go here?
I don't
These
know
are the
if
ones
it.
that ran over?
No.
Janet got us back into labs, and we had a plan, although it didn't quite work out.
Oh, yeah, office
Now,
this way, dude.
We've got a new plan.
Nice.
But first, we need to get into the containment block and access our equipment.
But, wouldn't you know it, they've revoked our security clearance.
Oh, another cart.
Who needs it during an emergency? I suppose we could
Warren
head
here,
back
too.
to office
Metal
sector,
bucket.
down that way, and hope Warren's got a plan to save us.
Metal bucket.
But that's about as likely as Thule winning a Nobel Prize. We've got to find some other way
Oh, it's a
into the
hack door.
containment block, or this is the end of the road.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain
Where are we?
for security assistance.
Oh my God, we're here.
Yeah? I'm coming.
We're here. We're here.
Is it the tram? Oh. No way. Oh, I know where that is.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Nice. Excellent. Wow. Okay, cool. Now that's... Yeah. I'm glad we stuck it out. Well, I mean, our base continues to be convenient.
Our solder is done.
Oh yeah, we have a Geiger counter. What the heck?
Oh, do you have to put the solder in the pot, or like in a bowl?
Not in a bowl. You can just scoop it, I think, and then it just turns into solder. Let me see. Oh.
Oh yeah, scoop up.
Yeah. I think I'm. Well, I think. I'm just gonna start using the toilets now. Unless you really need poop.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I have something behind me in the sleep sequence. Weird.
Oh.
Like a monster that's like chasing me.
Oh. You're having nightmares, dude.
Oh!
This was widowed. Whoa. Did you die in your sleep?
I don't know, dude. It killed the side.
Oh, you just full on died.
Yeah, something. I think it was the monster from in my dream. It came for me.
Was that 91? Is that SCP, dude?
I don't know.
I'm gonna try sleeping now. Huh. That's spooky. Nothing chasing me in my dreams. Well.
was scary. Where'd my metal bucket go?
Metal bucket.
Oh. Try to make another soup. I think we have something new I can do. Raw pest, salt, and peat.
The heck? Oh, I see. Brain sync. Did you see that for sharing recipes instantly?
Oh.
Memory book. Projection matrix. Clinton glass. Okay. Beehive. Requires nearby nourishment to function. Beehive.
Oh yeah, here, take one of these capacitors. Oh, I dropped some capacitors for you on the ground.
Oh.
As well. Learn the new recipe.
Plug board, electron grenade. Okay. A bigger surge protector. That's nice.
Alright. Tram station key. I will make that.
Electro throw. What are you making?
A tram station key.
Oh, yeah, nice. Heck yeah.
Got another TV.
Here at the gate, getting a ride here at the gate cavity and security demand. Equipment, and that means doing.
Oh, my soup's done. Oh, maybe I have the upgrade. Like, that was kind of fast. Oh, not yet, actually. Alright, some soups are ready for you, if you want. AFK, yeah. This game seems like a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Okay.
Welcome back. The soups are ready for you if you want any.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Best goulash.
Ooh. You know what? We should make the scarecrow, Because it says when powered, this may also attract a misty trader from time to time.
Oh, yeah, I saw that back then.
We need to kill one robot though.
Okay. We can go see if they respawn over here. Just a regular robot?
Yeah.
There is one here. Is it like one hit stagger?
And these guys are tanky.
Nice.
I was watching somebody play this game before like a few months ago, and they were on the section we're in. All they had was the freaking makeshift crossbow.
Oh god. That would be miserable. Holy shit.
Yeah, they were fighting a robot for like 15 minutes straight.
Jeez.
Alright. I'm gonna make that thing.
Nice. Tram key's dope, but I guess we kind of have a shortcut back now.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe it activates like a new area or something. I don't know.
Still worth to activate.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, we should make the briefcase healing thing.
Wait, so you said we have like a better power strip or something?
Yeah, it's called plug board. It just lets you plug more things in.
I'm gonna make one.
Okay. Healing briefcase needs a fiber optic cable. I don't think we have. They don't stack. I need a better ranged weapon, man.
All right, the scarecrow is plugged in.
I'm gonna make a grinder, dude. Hold on. Canisters were from some sort of. Where was canister from?
I'm gonna move it over here. I don't want it to get in the way.
Was there something like an oxygen tank or there was something that breaks down into a canister, like a big air canister. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, we can make the healing briefcase.
Did you have the that part that we trade for the blacksmith with? Or?
For what?
For the briefcase.
I don't know. We have everything. It's just fiber optic and solder.
Yeah, the fiber optic. I didn't have that, so.
Oh, gotcha. I think I put it in a box or something now. Here, you can have the healing briefcase.
Oh.
You're the face tanking expert.
Look at grinder. I want to make that. We need a computation brick. We need another bot. Let's see, it needs yeah, the canisters, but what we need. Made the hose. Because those long boxes give you the grinder discs.
Wait a sec. We can get canisters.
Yeah, how do we get them?
Just dismantle a fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguisher, that's what it was.
I've been collecting a lot of fire extinguishers for us. Alright, I dismantled 3 fire extinguishers.
There we go. And then we need another box. There's another
Oh! We can make hot wire kits with the frickin' air compressor. For the car, the vehicle. Wait, we have a car battery charger. Okay, I'm gonna make one of these.
Oh, because we hadn't made one of those air compressors yet?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, I'm gonna search for another robot. I don't remember where the next closest
go to the left. And go to like
Yeah?
the... Yeah, I can show you.
Up the stairs or no?
Yeah, up here.
Okay.
We need to go to the data farm. Might see if there's another fire extinguisher in here as well. I've seen so many, I've been skipping them though, sadly.
Ready? Briefcase deployed, baby.
Oh.
Oh, this is made. Oh, wow. Okay.
God, there's so many enemies.
Need help? Ooh, I really like these glass walls. Here, it recharged a little bit. Some healing.
Oh, thank you.
I haven't charged it fully.
You can
so
make
it's
frost grenades with slushies, by the way.
the slushy bombs.
Mm-hmm. I want to try one.
Yeah, I never tried one. There's a lot of
it's out.
like grenades we can make.
Why didn't it work that time? Huh? Man, I'm sad I didn't pick up, like, there were so many fire extinguishers I passed tonight.
Oh no. Oh, there's a water cooler up here. I do want to take some time to fish.
Yeah, we could do some fishing.
But I want to take away time from progression.
Yeah, I mean... Alright.
Maybe off stream I'll just fish for 7 hours straight.
All right. Well, I'm making you a grinder.
Yes. All right. Make my way back. I'm at the pool. I got kind of lost. I just wandered. Oh my god! Oh god! The thing is killing me. I'm dead.
Oh.
Well, okay. The thing that killed you after your nightmare got me. Quick trip back home. Oh, I'm frozen.
I wanted to see how it worked.
Okay.
Did that damage you or just freeze you?
It just froze me.
Okay.
Chilly. What the heck? Do we block these vending machines with our water coolers now, or?
I put 2 outside.
Oh, outside? Oh, I see.
We should honestly though. I should probably put some like next to the cooking spot because like always.
Wait, I can shake the vending machines now?
I think you can break the vending machines even maybe.
Huh. Interesting. Let me go get my corpse. Jesus. Yeah, that would suck to lose all your stuff dying to that thing.
Yeah. Probably a way to like deal with him or counter him. Round.
Where's the bathroom?
Where are you, Lobos?
I'm just getting my corpse. I'm at the pool.
Oh, right.
I am,
all good.
Coming back. Okay. Made that grinder. Do you have any more grinder discs?
You can make you should be able to make a bunch.
Okay. I got 30 on me.
Putting another crate down here.
Great days.
Oh yeah, here's your grinder.
Goodbye, crossbow. Finally.
Alright, I think this loadout looks good. My gloves keep getting broken so fast.
Ah. Oh, that's easy to make too.
Oh, I can make better gloves. I think this is what Lobos made before.
Ooh, crafting level 6.
You made the forge armor?
Yep, I got the full set.
Gotcha. That is why you're so tanky.
Yeah. It's nice. Oh, I have extra heals. You need 2 heals?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. I got 5 on me. I'll keep that lab mask just in case. Oh, I can get rid of these darts now.
Oh, I need a high visibility vest. Make that chest piece, but that's okay. I've been doing alright without it.
Did you make any of the that other armor set with the fog monster that we killed?
No.
We should have gotten enough at least for 1 piece, I think.
Oh yeah, I can make maybe I can make the chest piece. Ask. Oh wait, no.
I wonder what that set bonus is. You feel lighter than normal and you bring a bit of antiverse everywhere you go.
Doesn't seem like you can make a chest piece out of the maestro. Or can you? Am I just blind?
You just need the head. Oh wait. Oh, I see. A chest piece. Oh. Maybe we don't have all the ingredients or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we don't have the recipe.
Huh. Yeah, that's weird.
Oh man, I had a high visibility chest piece, but
I'm a bit hungry.
Dang it.
That's a lot of soup. I like it. Alright. Are you about ready to head out?
Yep. Pretty much. I am good. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything.
Charging up this healing briefcase.
We got the charger next to the repair station too. Although I guess it's doesn't really matter.
Right, yeah. Okay, so activate tram key, first order.
Yeah.
This guy sound.
For what do you seek?
Oh, right, the porcelain key, which I got. Any gears trade
The
for
tide will
reinforced
come
code.
again. No.
Oh, that's why we don't have the. Oh no, yeah, we lost the head because I traded for a key.
Yeah, and I used one head just now to make the scarecrow.
Oh, okay, cool. Access the inner wing objective. Okay.
There's laboratories up there, but we didn't go that way.
We came from the scientists, yeah. Oh,
get in, buddy.
Nice. All right. Push. Hold on. Wait, drive.
Oh, you're driving. Okay. Right, it's not on the left.
European. Okay, this is not. Oh, jeez. We're getting them. Hey, buddy. Hell yeah. All right.
It's a little like jittery when you're driving. Is it like jittery for you?
Not jittery, no.
Hmm.
That's probably just your multiplayer connection.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're going. Oh,
well, the tram's right over here.
It does not do well on stairs, I've learned. Alright. Protocol locked. Okay, alright. So this will be for another section. But it's good that we unlocked it still.
Yeah. Oh, a fire extinguisher right here.
Nice.
Well,
Particle lab? Did we do that?
no. I don't think so.
Oh, okay, this is where we just drove through a bit. Oh, look at that. There's all this wheat in there. How do we get in? Oh, particle labs this way.
Ooh, I found some new gloves in here.
Oh?
Containment gloves.
Are they, is it heavy or like medium?
No, they're like 1 armor.
Okay. Oh. Maybe we can use them to upgrade them. There is... Oh, no. Right. Okay, there's military enemies over here. Didn't aggro any yet, but...
Fucking below. There's a gate down here.
Yeah. Check him out. Oh. Break my leg. Don't break leg. Oh, God. We didn't get hacking level 3 yet, did we? Oh, here's stairs up to that area I found.
Oh, some lore.
As we dispatch our TR teams to further regions of Antiverse 2, they return with new specimens, most of them variations of a few basic forms. When introduced to the gate facility, these organisms continue to evolve rapidly, acquiring new behaviors. It is my theory that the entropy delta is responsible. How far this evolution will extend remains to be seen.
Oh shit, they spotted me. I hope he's not running to hit an alarm or anything. Oh, fire extinguisher. Oh, I gotta try the grinder.
Shotgunning me.
Holy cow.
You have the briefcase?
Yeah. There's somebody still walking. He's coming.
Oh,
Oh
God.
my God.
Oh.
Run!
You have health?
Oh yeah, I'm good on health.
Okay, because I'm about to die.
Okay, he's dead.
Oh, a shotgun.
This briefcase,
Oh, you need specific
health,
arm
right?
wraps. Yeah.
Okay, here you go. This still has like half charge, so.
And pop
Nice.
a syringe too.
Really nice, actually.
Double heal.
Damn. Let's go.
Oh, we should have made freaking headlights, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, because I can't wield my grinder.
Yeah.
Well, the grinder's at least, like, rapid fire, so in that sense. it's
Yeah.
more possible. What the? Oh! Oh, good. Oh! Give me a rat suit, bro. Blast. Briefcase. Emails. Okay. You can get liquid crystal from broken CRT monitors. I don't remember that's new.
Oh. Oh, level 3 hacker. Dang it.
This is Dr. Lenora Riggs, Trans-Recon 2 Primary. We have arrived
There they
safely
are.
on 6-8.
Yes,
Preliminary
then.
stellar comparisons suggest
Alert.
Earth or a
There has
potential
been
analog.
akin to 23 in the Alps. No contact planned for the inhabitants. We will continue to monitor them as we search
Yes,
the
then.
signal. Have an efficient,
Dr. Kesey is
effective
constantly
day.
getting close by. This will be my last broadcast before the perforation closes, and we will initiate the return within 72 hours. Dr. Riggs, out.
You're downstairs, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing here.
Oh, email said that the fancy monitors dropped liquid crystal, and I tried to break one, but I don't think I got one. Or any.
Oh, maybe you just got unlucky. Oh, there's a repair thing here.
Oh.
Where's night essence?
Oh, I see. Night essence.
Oh, there's a shortcut door? Oh god.
What?
Oh no. I can see
What?
I can see the thing that the monster.
Oh.
Logos. I don't like it.
Corruption.
You breaking computers up there?
Chat said I left my suitcase somewhere.
Oh, I grabbed it.
Yep. Oh, okay.
All good.
Yeah, I checked my inventory. I was like, where to go?
Here, I'm gonna put down the platform cart.
Storage.
Yeah. Put stuff in there if you want. Because we can just teleport it to the base and it brings all the loot.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty dope. I guess stacking stuff. Well, yeah, I don't know. Fire extinguishers make sense.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm playing Quake with this gun now. So you didn't get killed by the thing, huh?
Not yet.
There's a ladder back here.
Yeah, that leads to the like center. Oh wait, maybe not that one. I found a ladder that led to like the area with all the wheat.
Oh, nice. There's vents here. Checking. Oh, I see. It's leading to where you are now.
Gotcha. There is a vent up here.
That's pretty eventful.
Nothing over here.
Nothing?
I don't think so.
What's down there? Books.
Oh,
Flashlight.
we're back at the lab.
Oh. I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Back at the aquarium.
Oh, here. Is it this monitor? These.
Oh yeah. Oh, liquid crystal.
You got it?
Yep.
What?
I think maybe the Spuddy's helping me.
Okay. Interesting that it's chance though. Did you loot it like right when you?
No,
broke
it's right there.
Oh.
You got one there.
Okay. Interesting.
All right, got 6 crystal.
Oh, nice.
Not bad. Another fire extinguisher. Somebody's been putting yellow paint all over everything. Classic. Romer.
You gaming?
No. It's just reading the
it's
emails.
emails, okay.
I didn't read those before.
Okay. Should we go back to where we were?
Sure.
Oh, I see your potato, your spuddy. Belt. Ow, my leg.
Oh, don't go this way.
Unless you want broken legs. Whoa. Oh, no, we've been in that room. Wait, have we? Yeah. What is this thing? A cube. Breaking monitors?
Yeah, I'm getting more crystal. Figured why not?
Got one.
I don't know how much we're gonna need.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there's a gate to open here. Another fire extinguisher, too.
I think we probably looted this area fully. I don't know.
Seems good. Have we tried to go much further into the wildlife pens?
I don't know. Does that not just lead back to where?
I don't know. There's a door.
You go up
Oh
this...
my god! Okay. Help. What is happening? How am I stuck? Oh, that's why. It's a new carbuncle. I was so
Painted
confused.
carbuncle.
Yeah, I think this is animal pens. Oh, buddy. Oh, good. Upgraded version of those. Oh, wow. Didn't really upgrade their health very much. Another one behind us. Gotta be some new stuff. Yeah.
Ooh, they dropped new...
New meat? Or...
Yeah.
Ooh, skull. Ow, skull.
Drop milk sacks.
Ooh, leather scrap. Carbuncle crest. What? Oh. It's on the
Where is it?
It's on the wall here. Oh. Yeah. Don't forget you have the briefcase.
That's what I thought, but I'm looking for it and I don't know where it is.
Uh-oh. Is it on your quick bar?
Maybe I put it in the platform cart.
No.
It was low battery anyway, to be fair.
But we have the charge trinket.
Oh yeah,
so
I can just yeah.
I have that too, so it just comes back.
You made the vial, yeah. Oh, can I go back for it?
Almost
Where did
like
I put that
infinite
card? It was just on the ground in this place, right?
Is it still by the aquarium or whatever? Or
Was it the aquarium where I put it?
Oh, I think you. Let's see. I saw a cart over here. I'm not sure if it's the same one. Yeah, right here.
Where did the healing briefcase go? What is?
Because I remember that I last deployed it up here on the
Did I drop it? Oh wait, no, it's right here. I'm just blind. Oopsies. I didn't know what it looked like. I was looking for a briefcase, but it looks so weird.
It looks techy.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Give me the briefcase. Give me medic duty. Here, take these milk sack.
Give me your milk.
Yeah. Milk PC. Oh yeah, it looks like a map or something. Nice. Oh, nice. There's like a nest in here in the middle. Oh, antlight seeds. See this like, yeah, I don't know. Collect. Aha. Okay, this grinder's dope. There's a rat man above us on the catwalk. Oh. Dead.
Oh. A lot of wheat. Good.
You better heals, dope. Have you checked any of these boxes? Oh my god.
The wooden ones?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have updated.
I've been checking some. It seems like it's pretty normal. Oh,
level 3.
Back.
Oh, wow.
I need some duct tape. For my knife.
I think I put duct tape on the cart.
These lockers, like, always have them. So.
Yeah, there's a lot larger. Yeah, here's some. Let me know if you need more.
I'm good. Thank you. Ooh, a welding mask. Huh. Prevents welders from receiving injuries.
Welders. Okay. Metal bucket again. Geiger counter. Hello. Oh yeah, containment gloves.
Yeah, I got one of those before.
Yeah. Oh, salts.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. When I visited Dr. Stern's laboratory today, he was acting oddly, even by his standards. He seemed extremely agitated, speaking too fast to follow. Then I saw the empty can from IS-53. I would have thought a man of Dr. Stern's
this is a shortcut, I think.
intelligence would know better than to imbibe beverages from a dispenser that appeared literally from nowhere, restocks itself, and cannot be turned off. I will be pushing Anderson to review the protocols that allow such a device to sit in an open hallway.
know if you check the emails here. I'm reading.
No, not yet. I was killing the rat man. A ton of wheat here. We have so much. 27 wheat.
Nice. This email is talking about rather exotic equipment.
Ooh.
Well, if it's gear, but never know. Ah. Yeah, there was a locked door here. Oh, to the office sector. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah. So that way is the scientists. Yeah. Did you check everything over here, or is there a lot of
It was just a bunch of wheat up top, from what I could tell. Possibly I missed something.
Well, I guess this is the above
Yeah.
above the animal.
And I did that floor over there too. I went through that door, I think.
Ladder. I guess this could be a base. Sockets. We got the welding mask. Nice.
Opening up the map, because where are we right now? Is this wildlife pens, right?
We're right above the wildlife pens, yeah. What the?
And we went to the particle lab before, isn't that where we looted up? Well.
Yeah, we were definitely following the arrows that pointed towards the particle lab. It might have been where we got the email about the liquid crystal. And there's also a machine to repair there. The, what is it? Dark something. There is a ladder. Oh, interesting. There's a little bit of parkouring here. And a ladder that goes on top of, like, the office. Oh boy, can I make this jump?
Oh yeah, I went up there.
Oh, okay, okay. Nice.
Yeah. I think, honestly, we just need to go to the C blocks. The containment blocks. Because that's where the story is telling us to go. And apparently there's, like, equipment we can find there, I think.
Okay. Can I drop in? Nice. Yeah, we can access the inner wing of the quest right now. Is that this way?
You have a bed?
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna need to find the couch.
Yeah. We could also just run home. Like, it's pretty fast.
That's okay.
Drop off stuff.
We can't get into, right, because we have to find a way to access.
So I think what we need to do maybe is we do have a recipe for thermite.
Did we?
Yeah. Also, we haven't been up by that big mass on the door. It requires antivirus gel and 2 lab burners. Lab burners. We don't have the recipe yet. Ooh. Okay.
You want to go up by the wall?
Yeah. Because there's a like building to the right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so slow.
I'd give up my doctorate for a little rest.
Oh, dark lens? They mentioned removing the dark lens at some point. High voltage. Oh, maybe we need containment gloves to to like remove.
They just
Hello.
destroyed it. You know what this is, don't you? The Darklings.
Good idea.
The core of our perforation research. Or it was. I'd heard rumors of a threat. There are always rumors. But this is insane. They killed everyone, then removed the lens. Without it, how are we supposed to control the portals? They could appear anywhere, connect to anything. Do they realize what they've done?
Okay. Move box.
Oh yeah, he's got a couch on him.
Oh, nice. There's gotta be more around here. Surely.
It'll just be the NPC. There's adjustment to the left.
There's also a thing on the right. Oh, it's a robot. Do we need more of the new robot material? Oh, he's awake. Oh god.
Hit him with the grinder, Lobos.
How do I get off this?
Grind him.
Oh, there we go. I'll grind. Reloading. Oh god. Give me some grinder back, bro. This. Ow.
Man, you're tanky. There you go.
Oh, Kiz Cola? Is that new? Oh, you probably got it. Oh, look at all the grinder discs. Give me. There you go. Radioactive cola. That seems not the best idea. There also might be recipes that we still need to craft. Like, did we ever make a Tesla coil? I don't know if that's like for anything, but
Yeah, that's definitely possible. And we got 2 of the CPUs now.
nice.
Oh, is this a hack as well? Level 3?
Yeah. Adjustment.
Why am I so heavy?
Oh, invis, bro. I'll come back here. Oh, found his hiding spot. Oh.
He dead.
Oh.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah,
Oh,
I was
okay.
muted. I didn't realize.
Oh.
What floor sign? Because I can get new ideas from that.
Oh, really? Huh. What?
I actually just shot that guy through the window. I don't know how I did that.
Huh. Guess it's not bulletproof glass.
Man, I wonder if you can just like... What if you could just build like a fucking tower to get up to this, like... That's the ledge up there. I bet you could.
Wait, which ledge?
Where I'm facing. Like where the zip line goes.
Oh. Oh man, I didn't even see that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, how do we get in there? Interesting. Multiple zip lines. I'm just gonna do a thorough recheck of this place to make sure we didn't miss any.
We probably just have to go up on the tram in the center.
Can we go higher?
I don't know, actually. I assume so. Maybe you have to unlock the upper levels?
We may not have even tried that, so yeah, I didn't try it for sure. What about these?
Yeah, it goes further up. I'm gonna go to the
Oh, okay.
bathroom. I'm on the tram, though.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Well, that makes sense.
Whatever's going on, it'll be something to do with their work in Containment block. Those cowboys can't tell a boson from a bath mat, and sometimes I wonder if they even care. As soon as they set foot in another dimension, all good sense goes out the window.
Oh yeah, we can probably get in there over here. Hello. Couch. Briefcase.
All right, I'm back, chat. Hello. Wait, where's Lobos? Are you still exploring over there? Oh, never mind.
Oh, I went up.
Oh, we're up. Nice.
Do we have a bed? I want to see about crafting a bed. No, I need scrap and planks.
Power
Ugh.
services for today will be stopping
Metal scrap?
momentarily. If you
No,
have
cloth
any
scrap.
specimens
Oh, well,
outside
here's plank.
containment, return them immediately.
Plank.
Have an efficient and effective
Yeah, it's...
evening.
Oh.
Cloth is like super easy to get from most.
Yeah,
so many
I've
things.
been avoiding the hanging like lab coats and stuff. There is a monster up at the front desk.
There's cloth scrap.
Hmm.
Could use a short nap.
Inventory full. Get more paper? Oh, okay. Is that a grenade? Boys.
I need some briefcase action.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this briefcase was super good idea. Oh, Exor arm.
Oh yeah, this is definitely getting up to that zipline spot.
Email terminal.
Hmm.
Oh, apparently 091 produces something for high energy emitters.
Mm.
So one of the
Got drones
creatures,
now.
yeah. Wait, it says the 091 produces the essence you're describing when you bombard it with X-rays while it's roaming. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know if we have like some way to X-ray it.
Yeah, there's an X-ray turret we can build.
Okay.
X-ray tower. That, oh boy. Lab burner, projection matrix, refined carbon. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure some of that stuff out.
Apparently there's a teleporter that beams samples from the flesh dimension. Which can give us something called a gray ebb seed.
Oh my gosh. Alright. Flesh dimension, got it. There's another one of those new green enemies over here. There's cloth. Oh, he aggroed me.
Okay, IS0010 got taken to cold storage. I don't know what that is, but...
Stop! Ow. Dude, this guy hurts bad.
I'm coming.
Nice. Okay, yeah, I really need refills.
What can I drop?
Yeah, briefcases probably. We should probably have a briefcase.
Yeah. We didn't have it. It actually takes a bit of supplies. I don't think I was able to make a second one.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah.
It's the thing we trade to the blacksmith.
Yeah. I think we needed more canisters for that too, but I don't know.
Let's see. There's gotta be some cloth scrap in here, right?
Or are you still trying to make a bed?
Yeah. Okay. What do I need? Ah, one scrap. Just one scrap.
Cloth scrap?
Yeah. And it's bedtime. There's a shortcut door here or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I can unlock it.
Nice. It's like a 10-step shortcut. Whatever.
6 shortcut.
Yeah. Oh. It's a mess down there.
Oh, there's a bunch. Oh no, there's so much cloth in here, but I can't get in.
There's a path over here. Stairs up. There's one of those hard-hitting enemies. 2 of them.
Where's the...
I believe there is friendly fire weapon. Also, I think it's shot. Oh, I'm almost dead.
They're dead.
Stop! Nice.
Oh. Still another one.
Mage?
Radiation vest.
Ooh. Oh, there's definitely the carbon stuff that we need in this. If we break it. Same.
Oh yeah.
Clank.
Find carbon.
Nice.
Is there only one of them?
Give us the lights, please. No, there's
Bionic legs?
What?
These legs will allow the wearer to move faster and land harder.
Oh.
Can't break your legs from falls. Here, let me drop this
Holy
carbon
crap.
for you.
Oh, I got one.
Oh, you did.
Or
Okay,
I
nice.
at least got the credit for it.
Oh, there's one. Oh, wait, there was another one on the table there. What was that?
My inventory was full. So
Ah,
I couldn't pick it
gotcha.
up, but it gave me the discovery. So we need a powered crafting bench. There's another carbon over here. Next to lore.
Alright.
Crafting bench. Oh, man. Alright, I'm might just need to go home.
There's a bunch of cloth right here.
No. I got everything, but then we need a powered
Oh,
crafting
I see. But don't we just plug it in? There's a power socket right here.
Yeah, but we need pipes and a power supply unit.
Okay, we have that right here.
I was thinking the can you craft it? My inventory's absolutely full.
The crafting bench or the
crafting bench,
yeah. I need duct tape. Do you have duct tape?
Yes, here.
You have 4?
4. Exactly 4.
Okay, nice.
I dropped it here by this power socket.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. There it is.
Honestly, I feel like I should just drop the knife, because I can just
Guns
chop up
have-
remains with the spear. Oh, there's a ladder here. Did you go up there?
No, not up yet.
Okay.
Nice. All rested.
When did I last sleep?
There's a vent system. Oh shit, I need to sleep. About to die.
Probably ignore all the.
What's your health looking like?
Low.
You wanna?
But I still have 3 syringes. Actually, 5 syringes. I guess I never used one. It's pretty sad there. You need some health?
I can pop a syringe. I'm at like half.
Here.
Oh, that works.
And it's done.
I'm gonna keep the seeds. I don't know, maybe I'm gonna need them for something.
Okay.
All right.
We're
looking good.
Yeah, I'm pretty set. We gotta figure out where that zip line was. Probably a shortcut next to it. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Hello. Oh, hi. Buddy. Oh, that's a fire, I think. Viewing room. Ooh. Lift access. Oh. That opens up.
You are a danger.
Oh, carbon.
It's like a whole place, man. You can check back over here real quick. The viewing room.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, okay. It just overlooks the room we were already in.
Gotcha.
Invitant Diabali.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. 091 is contained, at last. As long as we project a strong X-ray beam and it remains steady, it seems to be no risk to anyone. Dr. Stern can sleep easy, but we do fear it may switch to another individual before long. The team have started referring to it as the Layak, its local name.
Oh, the Layak.
Even Anderson, it seems.
That's what we got. It's Essence.
I suppose Cascade is its home now.
Nihil, Apex Doctor. Enemy!
Oh, fucking bro. The grinder works pretty well on humans, it seems.
Oh, you killed him.
Nice.
Carbon.
Nice.
Ooh, the milk sacks are used in soup. They're expiring pretty quickly, though.
Oh no.
Oh, there's an elevator here.
Oh. Big shorties. Decontainment showers.
Yeah, let's take it.
Let's see.
I do kind of want to go back to the base a little bit.
I'm down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
This looks new.
It does look new.
Maybe let's...
Exit, though. Oh, there's invisible enemy guy. Should we... yeah,
You can see if this is the exit, I mean...
Thanks, buddy.
Postula.
What if we walk into these orbs?
Oh! Nice!
Ah, very nice. Okay. Ah, perfect. Let's go back. We've earned us a rest.
Yeah. You have enough strength for the heavy weapons now?
I think I'm still 7.
Yeah, it's my
I gotta
gun.
be close.
Ooh, I can use the sniper now.
I'm just about to level.
Gotcha.
And then yeah, double crowbar. Whew. Wait, where's the lift? Are we going? Oh, I see. It's because we we have to call it.
If we can get those legs, we could just freaking jump down.
Did you look at their materials?
Good. Oh, 2 jailbroken CPUs, and then everything else we have. So we can make 1 pair of legs. It looks like.
Wait, is this right? Did we go down too far?
Well, I don't know. The thing is, we have.
Oh, we do. We need to go up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go towards animal pens.
Yeah.
And then, yeah. Oh wait, back this way, this way.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I see the scientists.
Oh, yeah, I guess it depends. I wonder if the tram or that way is better. Probably that way.
The tram we can't use yet, right?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. You are absolutely right.
What is this door? Brucey's.
Got weird symbols on it.
Yeah. I
don't
remember,
want to
hold
get
on, what was the
anyone's hopes
door that
up,
had the
so
whirlpool
let's just
emblem
say
before?
Yeah, I remember that in somewhere.
In the containment block that could be very helpful right now.
We just need to get in there.
Oh, it's the whirlpool door right here.
For what do you seek?
Oh, rat guy.
Man.
Yeah, let's
Come
get him.
Need that sniper.
Yeah, actually.
Holy shit! Knocked me back so far. Injured my leg. Did you get him? Oh.
He's coming back down for you, I think.
There we go. Oh! Oh, it's claw scrap. Good gracious.
This spear doesn't work as well as the knife.
Okay.
Alright. See what I can make with those milk sacks.
Get some good soup.
See, milk sack. Ooh, I can do it with the super tomato.
Nice.
Anything else that I know the potato milk sack. Do I have a potato?
Oh, there's another crate?
So I'll just make 2 of these then. Alright, looking good. I'm gonna make 1 pair of these legs, I think.
Okay. Do we, what do we need? The carbon thing?
Oh, it's too... Well, maybe I shouldn't do it,
awkward.
though. I don't want to take away, like, a progression item, necessarily. Oh, there's an item called Brain Sync. Capable of syncing all journals.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ooh, keep raw alien drumsticks, please.
For what?
There's a carapace set. Heavy armor. Oh, it's like a Thorns armor set. Huh. But it's like 18 armor for legs? Like, that's kind of crazy.
You can make the gauntlets if you want.
I might not have the recipe.
Well, I can make them anyways.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
need
yeah.
the XOR arm.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Are you,
There we go.
Are you standing next to me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
18 armor. The forge stuff is 10. Yeah. Interesting. I'll lose the set bonus though, so I might want to wait for now.
Yeah.
Go poop.
Okay. Oops, are done.
I have pooped.
Do we have any other cooking pots?
Creamy tomato bisque. Oh my gosh. Luxury. Oh, Layak is dotting. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, he's behind us. He's behind us. Don't. What do we do? Can we?
I don't know.
He disappeared. He disappeared. So I guess only I could see him right now. Interesting. Oh no, Glow Tulip is dead.
Oh.
Goodbye, Glow Tulip. I want to harvest the layout. Oh, so, okay. So, can we build the X-ray tower? Let's see. Oh. We need a projection matrix and a lab burner.
We can make the lab burner, but not the matrix.
I'm gonna make one because I don't know if we've like.
I made the burner just now.
Oh, you made it. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I made another burner.
That's all good.
Yeah, we don't have the recipe for projection matrix, huh?
Oh, we can make a platform cart with headlights built in. Grab me. Oh yeah, we have loot on that thing too.
Yeah. Strength level 8. Let's go.
Nice.
Where do you keep the salt?
In the fridge.
All carts recalled. Dang, all. So you get a multiple. That's pretty sick. Oh, the rice plant died too. Goodbye.
Oh. Yeah, you gotta come back like pretty often. Oh, I got a bunch of canisters to put away.
Oh, let's see. Where's that? Where's Crowbar 2.0? I'm ready. I am ready.
And we need more circuit boards. Oh yeah, where did I put the sniper?
Its head? Yeah, it's somewhere over there. Oh. You made your own Crowbar 2.0, right?
No, I took yours. Because we didn't have the supplies at the time. We should have enough now, though, I think.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah, I still can't use the rifle, though. I need the arm wraps. God dang it.
Playing. Well, Thermal Mallet was fun, but...
Oh, I made a makeshift headlamp. Unfortunately, we only have enough supplies for one.
That's
you
fine.
Need, yeah, you need the cracked shoulder lights that you get from killing the enemies.
Yeah.
Didn't realize. That's
I picked
four.
up a couple of those.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, I'll make note to pick them up. Well, we got 31 armor. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to look for IRL food.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, can I make the level 3 hacker now? Quantum glass, no, still can't make that. Projection matrix. Oh. Got a backup battery in case power's out and we need to make something. Ooh, wall torch. Wait, let me make some of these. Can you turn off the lights? Actually, I don't think you can. Are they even gonna work though when there's no power? Probably not. They don't require power, I see. Maybe I'll bring a few in case we need to light up an area. Lever. Whether or not power is allowed to flow through it. Laser trip mine. Barricade. Beehive. Oh. Dude, that would have been nice. We have the queen bee, but we need 1 beeswax and an exquisite chain. Where did I put the fishing rod? Oh. Honestly, the slushy bombs are probably... Wait, what is that blinking icon, chat? Oh, is that my... Headlamp. You have, is there a way to turn it off when it's on your head? It'll click. I see. Alright. Well, I think we're looking good. Hello.
Hello. That's a new suit.
It's good. It gives you a lot of thirst.
Ooh. Duffy suit. That's a lot of soup. Oh my goodness. Good. That's good. Okay.
Well, I think I'm pretty much good to go. I made us a backup battery, by the way. It's back here behind the crafting bench. So if the power's out and you need to craft something, you can plug it in.
Where is it?
This thing right here. Battery.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. Little backup battery.
Very good, very good. I think that this trinket or whatever that charges up stuff is like kind of
It's so
insane.
good.
Yeah. I haven't had to recharge it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Poop.
You got your crowbar 2.0?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's rotted food.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, back we go.
We also, I don't think we went up this path to the laboratories. I mean, it probably
It
just
might,
takes us somewhere.
yeah. We could check.
In, but what is that icon? Crafting bench. Oh, right. Ah. Interesting. Oh, that's a new place, right? It's like a.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or something. Okay. All right. Oh no. You have a headlamp? Oh.
Boy, I hope it's Pizza Friday.
Oh, here comes Manslave.
Pizza Friday. That's Saturday, dude. Alright.
Hey, Phil, thank you for the 25 months. Also, Pato, Psycho Station, thank you. Ashalek, thank you.
Didn't poop? Is this a
I think I forgot.
All good. Let's see. We were this way, right? Or we were, yeah, here we go. Lift. Oh, the shortcut was from the meat wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
I guess
but
was
there more stuff there?
Yes. Right? Yeah, I mean, it took us, the area with, like, the black holes, like...
Yeah.
And then there was another area before that, I think. I figured it would get us closest to where we were making progress. Did you ever feed the guy coffee? Did you put coffee in his coffee hole? I may not have either.
You gave him like a soda or something, I think.
Yeah, I gave him soda, I gave him some food. But he does specifically ask for coffee. And I think every unique food item might give you a different resource. In return, some... Oh my... Oh, holy crap.
Nice.
Okay, crowbar's insane.
Yeah, if you headshot an enemy, I think it does like 150 damage. I assume it's double.
Oh, this might lead to that door that we were on the other side of. How is that so slow?
The lockers. Have we ever found it? Like, I don't think there's ever really anything in the lockers apart from just the standard stuff. Duct tape is nice, though.
Money, too, in case,
yeah.
machine stuff. Oh, the thing is over there.
Oh,
You see
the
it?
Layak?
Or-
No, I don't see it.
Okay, okay. Well, I stared at him.
Oh,
He did not.
there's another map here.
Oh, nice, nice. It's in this bathrooms? Yeah, bathrooms. There's water if you're dirty.
Oh, I need to poop.
Oh yeah, perfect. Watch this. Healing while pooping.
I keep missing the prompt.
Oh yeah.
Added skill checks.
Lord.
After our first steps in Flathill and early on-site experiments beneath the hydro plant, Dr. Luhmann's dark lens is quite simply revolutionary. If anything, it's too powerful.
Is that Robot?
The lens opens up an infinity of worlds to us. That said, the name appalls me. Why we gave critical equipment such a melodramatic name is beyond me. Are we scientists or B-grade villains lurking in some covert lair?
This area is huge.
Yeah, no kidding.
I aggroed a green guy over here. Baiting him around this corner. Maybe. Oh! Wow. Laser lab. Ooh, there's lasers. Oh, there's a door here too. Ah. Laser lab access.
Alert. There has been a
Oh.
complete containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector.
Oh, there's a new material here.
Available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Oh.
What is that?
Antiverse gem.
Oh, we need that for the thermite. Is that right? Oh no, we need gel.
Personal teleporter?
Oh! This is massive. It's just opened up to more and more and more and more and more. Recharge station. Personal teleporter.
When
Oh,
synced
there's
with
a
the
new
crafting bench,
screen.
this device can teleport the user there once per charge.
Dude, there's a convert wheat into gem machine over here.
Oh.
It looks like, and there's also a shotgun.
This is Dr. Derek
Oh,
Mance.
he's coming.
Now that
He's coming for you.
IS-107 is on its way safely, time towards interstellar space, I find myself taking a step back. In moments like this, one sees with shocking
Oh, that hit
clarity
you!
how fantastical so much of our
Shoulder
work and
lights.
research here really is. We weren't established and, by and large, esteemed scientists with decades of experience and education behind us. This place would sound nothing less than insane.
The time bomb? Huh? Hear that robot? Oh.
Wheat into gems. That's crazy. Because we have so much wheat.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
50.
Whatever you're charging is done. Peas? I'll eat 'em. Are peas worth keeping for recipes, or should
They're
I keep
okay. We have a few. We have like 3 or 4 in the fridge right now.
them? Hmm. We gotta try some conversion. Is this another machine? No. Decontamination showers. Oh, I remember this.
Eyeball in here.
Oh god. Eyeball.
Grayeb seed.
Grayeb. Oh.
There you go. You want to
Do
pick
you
it
need
up?
that for something?
I don't know.
Give me one of those. I haven't gotten one yet.
Oh, sorry.
Loot goblin.
I'm just stacking them.
There we go. Quantum glass. Yeah, you can stack them. Testings. Giving us a lot of hydrochloric acid. I guess I'll pick it up.
My inventory is just so full of stuff. I do have the platform cart though. Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, I broke some stuff in there.
So this is that other. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh. The heck?
That briefcase is so nice though.
Mm-hmm. Kiz Cola. I think something's aggroed to us. The fragment.
Portami incoriumem. Adversa.
Oh gosh.
Ooh. Mushroom carbuncle.
I got some friends.
Oh, okay. Guys. The running attack is so awkward. Hmm. Oh. Here's another gem. I'll move so we don't kill each other.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting, research director. We've had an interesting development. Some kind of spore has overgrown the entire entrance of the vacuum chamber. Given the range of material tested in there, it's impossible to know how it happened, and it spreads fast, to a point. But we found a way to remove the growth. One of Lenora's crew brought material back from a fungal region in Antiverse 2. A gel of sorts that can be combined with basic reagents to create an exceedingly high-temperature reaction.
We're talking about gel. We need gel.
Dissolves this particular growth almost hostile. Harnessing the energy delta is all well and good, but retrieving it from the Antiverse isn't exactly easy. The place makes hell look like Club Med.
I think this is where the shortcut door. Oh, it's gotta be around here, right? Oh, I found zip line.
Oh.
Yep. Also, elevator. It's gotta be where that. Remember that laboratories on when we first got here? Like we haven't been there yet, and then there's a door. Gotta connect. Oh, there's a robot. Are you ready to kill a robot?
Sure.
Right in this corner. A D.
What the?
Oh man. Oh.
IS classification.
Oh, Lobos!
I can't catch it!
Help me!
There we go. I hit him. Completely out of stam.
You can attack when you're out of stam.
There we go. Nice.
Alright.
Okay.
Inventory is full.
I got space. We can consolidate.
Here, take. We need more metal scrap, so you can grab that. Just grab any you see if you can.
Sure.
And
I have like
take these.
9 slots.
Okay, that's good.
I'll eat these peas too. Is this new? Oh,
There's more materials.
the gym.
Oh, there's a diagram.
Oh.
Extraordinary.
research pack. Oh, bigger backpack? Large field research pack. With inbuilt storage for radioactive and refrigerated samples from other worlds. Oh. Okay.
Dr. Derek Mance, Cascade.
Dope.
Report on the escape of IS-012.
There's a person here.
It seems
Oh,
012
and all
talked
that
one of the new
cable.
security staff into letting it out of high containment.
Where's that at? Oh.
Exactly how it did this is unclear. But we found it. A creature. Breaking an hour later. What point it was trying to make is equally uncertain. But this cannot be allowed to happen again.
We were on the cusp of understanding it. So much knowledge lost.
That's it? What kind of doctor are you? Staple. Oh, missed a gem here. I did not bring the bed. Dang it.
Oh, we got a ton of supplies now. A ton of the gems and carbon.
Yeah. I feel like there's still a lot of places we haven't been here.
Yeah. We go this way? Through the decontamination? We were going this way.
We did a bit. Yeah, I remember this.
Does this just loop back? I think so.
Guess so.
Oh
There's
yeah,
another
that's where the
spot.
elevator is.
Oh, right. We didn't.
I think
take
it just
that.
goes in like a circle.
Also, the
Seems
zip
like.
line.
Zipline just goes back down to the tram.
Yeah. Ah. Oh, we took this before then. Here? Wait, what's up?
Oh yeah, that's how we got the shortcut. Do we explore this room? Yeah, this is just like the main area we came in.
Yeah, this is like the viewing room and all that we did before. Can't package this place all up.
Yeah.
This window opens here.
Yep, and then we were in that. Oh yeah, I see the guy down there. The Layak.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Yeah.
We gotta make that X-ray machine, the tower or whatever.
Oh, cable here.
Hmm. Oh, I see. Need to craft anything? We're at a bench here.
True.
Lightning spear. Ooh. Shelf. There's the personal teleporter.
Oh yeah, antiverse gem is for the projection matrix, so we can actually make that now.
Quantum glass as well. Yeah, we need to make quantum glass and some other stuff too. Dude, a new shield? Charge shield.
Oh yeah. The shields were kind of jank. I had the heater one, which like lights the enemies on fire, but
oh right, yeah.
Yeah, it felt a little unreliable.
Okay, I just saw you were still using shield from time to time, but I guess it's just because of the spear.
Yeah, it's just like auto-equipped. I don't think there's any downside to having it.
Is that bees? Oh yeah, there are bees.
If we get one more beeswax... Wait, where's the bees?
Bees is up on this big yellow pillar. But if you kill them with range, they instantly are on top of you.
Well, with our... I say if we both just like, smack... Can we even hit it from there?
Well, I just don't think the bees ever, like, relent. Like, I
Yeah,
think they just are on you until you die.
We can make a bee's nest at home if we get one more beeswax. And the queen bee is like half dead already, so.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Well, we can sacrifice one of ourselves to
try. If we can't, I think if we just both melee it. How do we get back up there actually?
Oh, here we go. I found it. Come back and around.
Got a broken
I think
leg.
one of us has to like nuke it down. That way the other one can res.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're both gonna die. I can also try with
Can I reach it?
Grinder.
Hold on.
Let me try with the grinder. And I'm just gonna unload fully.
Okay.
Oh god.
I'll melee it from here.
Well,
what?
I think only one of us should try. If you're
Yeah,
gonna
but
try,
if we
then...
both... One of us is gonna die either way, and then it's just gonna go for the other one, though. Like...
Do they aggro, though, if you don't attack?
Well, I think if we
Like,
both are just going
die.
on it, it's gonna die before I die. Wait, I have a hold on. Oh, that doesn't work. Just unload on it. I'll start swinging. I think it'll be good.
Okay. All right.
All right, you
Go
start.
for it. You start.
You're the one that's far away.
You're the one that's close to it.
What do you mean? You can draw aggro. You're the one, dude. You have so much more armor than I do. Look at that. It's already dead.
Yes. Are you beased right now?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what I thought was gonna
Okay.
happen.
See, are you also
I told
beased?
you!
Well, yeah, you were right. You were right.
Whoever.
I thought after they died, they left us alone.
No, that's what happened last time.
You're
Where's
right,
Yeah, we
Lobos.
spawn at Cascade Laboratory.
Yeah,
It's
that's
okay.
close, I think. Ish, right?
I see my skull to the right over there.
All right, I admit defeat. I was wrong, Lobos. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It was worth sciencing anyways. If it did work that way, it would have been super worth.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can make the class 3 thingamajig. Wait a minute. Is this the right? You know what? We didn't find that shortcut door ever, so I think we gotta. Yeah, this way to the lift. Or not the lift. The. Oh, go this way to the the thing.
Yeah, just the ramp, I guess. Well, we're gonna be able to get honey now, and surely that's great for soup.
It did say we need to have a food source nearby the nest, but I'm not sure how that works.
Interesting.
Maybe they eat soup.
Man, this place is so confusing, though.
It's massive, yeah. Although I think this is close, because this is where the lift is if we just keep going. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right here.
Nice, nice, nice. So did you loot them?
Oh, I got some honey. Gastro medicine field battery. Here, you want to pick this up?
Oh. Ooh, gastro medicine? Interesting.
I'm gonna put the beeswax and the bee on the cart.
It's just for upset stomachs. Oops. Honey's there too. Oh, wait, I didn't get the eyeball before. The seed. Grow an attractive gray ebb plant. We'll see about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, once we get we can do teleporters. That's gonna surely
Yeah, you just
help us a
teleport back
lot.
immediately, like,
It did say it's like one-time use though per charge or something. So I don't know how that works.
But you warp back to base and then you just charge it back up.
Yeah.
At least from what I gather. Maintenance access. We did this before. I remember.
And this is locked.
Thanks, you owe me a Coke.
Maybe let's just explore the other. I mean, there's still so much to explore, right?
Floor? Hold on. Maintenance access. I'm double checking this. The grinder on the map. Guys. Oh, opened the locked door. Oh, okay. Back up.
Hello.
Say my bed is somewhere around. Goes further in.
I think maybe we just explore the other sections, maybe?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think so. And I mean, there's the other side, right, that we didn't explore?
Oh.
I think.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. Let's go see.
Oh, that's actually where the zipline takes you to the other side.
Oh.
I guess maybe we were supposed to just loot that, then take the zip. Get over this way. Yeah, oh, it's the yellow paint. There was like an email about somebody putting yellow paint all over everything.
It's like alien blood. Check all these doors.
Check the sonic door.
Oh, this one's open.
Wait, actually? Oh.
Glowing shard? But there's nothing here. Hold up. Yeah, I really wish hitting J would just take you straight to the entry, cause...
Yeah, it's kind of weird it doesn't.
What the hell is it? Register. Oh. Oh wait, maybe it is. Oh yeah, glowing shard. Personnel are advised not to stare directly at IS-10 for extended periods during nocturnal hours.
Oh. Oh yeah, there was an email about IS-10 that I read.
So maybe it only shows up at night? But then you just can't stare at it for too long? Huh.
No. They took it to cold storage, apparently.
Oh, that's what they said.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Somebody took it out.
Peculiar paintbrush.
Unbelievable.
All right. Yellow paint. I'm getting a coffee for our manslave.
Oh, good idea.
Potato! That's potato. +1 Spuddy. Please do. Oh, class 3 required. Oh, I can open a gate. Security door. up anyways. I'm gonna fill up with briefcase.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else here? More scrap.
What's this? Oh, ammo. Oh, armory lockers. Ooh, those are big. Ooh.
Oh.
Ruining your looting. Do we want to take the locker back? It's gonna take up a lot of space though. Still, I'll take one.
That's a good idea.
Oh, they're heavy.
Good strength XP. Oh, another 3 hack. Level 3 hack. We might be able to make the level 3 hack tool. Let me double check.
Quantum glass, which we can make, and then memory brick, a projection matrix. So yeah.
Yeah, we have everything. We're just. Is the only way to get optic lens?
From trading, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Wait, optic lens? Yeah.
And what was that for the watch or something?
Like what we need to trade for it?
Yeah. Oh, it's the hose, right?
The what? Oh,
the reinforced hose for that. These guys are.
A sip of water would
they're kind of
suffice.
crazy. Oh, I'm dying. And I'm bleeding. Oh, where my bandage? I gotta eat some soup too. Yeah. Good old box, buddy. NPC? Oh, wait, what?
Right, we just came out from.
Oh,
yeah.
weird.
We're on
Okay.
level 1 now. Okay. Well, let's try to go to level 3, I guess.
Okay.
Well, it does show the access to the inner wing is kind of like near that yellow paint area.
Yeah. Do you want to go back and try and get hack 3?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should do that, actually. Yeah, let's just go.
Second floor, though, right?
Yeah, wildlife. No, it's this way, right?
Oh, wait, what? Oh. Oh. Oh, that is second floor, yes.
Oh shoot, I should have chopped up more of those bodies. We only got one of the shoulder lights. I still can't make the headlamp for Lobos. Oh well. That's okay.
For what do you seek?
There wasn't
kind of-
more in here other than the Japanese.
Yeah, it's just the base area, I think.
There's a lever or a lift. Oh, I think it's like a portal hub later. That's kind of interesting. Okay. The Layak or whatever is here. He's gone.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
We probably at some point need to go back to that train and get more pocket watches.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
Oh, I don't need to make that. Oops, I'm stupid.
Nice. Armory locker set up to the right of the fridge.
Nice. Could put our weapons and stuff in there.
Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, I got us a clock too. Stuff requires power.
What'd I do with my soup bowl? I don't know. Yeah, I attached the battery, but it already ran out. Maybe the battery needs to be charged ahead of time.
That would make sense.
Come on, power, come back on.
Yay.
Nice. Alright, I'm making the level 3 hacker.
Nice. Oh.
I gotta plug it in.
Ooh. I think we're at a rebar. Can we make rebar?
Really? I picked up so many.
Oh,
yeah, I guess
you
we're
staff?
out.
Damn. Okay. Well.
I remember at one point we had like 50. I was picking up like everyone I saw.
I was using rebar for discs, so.
Oh, I see.
I kind of depleted it. Why don't you make a spuddy? Buddy. Oh, exquisite chain.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Alright. Swim goggles. What the?
Oh, what was I wearing? Oh, employee locator. Okay. Swim goggles?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, there's an electric mace.
Distribution pad. Oh, yeah. I think this you can interact with it and it'll put
Warning.
It'll stack items into your boxes no matter where they are.
Detected in office
Well,
section.
nearby, but
Investigation
what just happened?
recommended. Critical operations may experience intermittent
What's happening?
power loss.
What is this?
Gates apologizes.
What is this? Do you see this?
Something is like sucking our power.
Yeah, It's going through the walls. Oh, they drop capacitors. Okay. Hmm.
All right. Well. Well, we need more of those lenses, so...
And, oh, and we trade reinforced cables,
Yeah.
was it?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a few of those. Go get those real quick. Are you eating?
Yeah, I just got food.
Okay. Well, you can eat. I can go to the blacksmith if you want.
I'm gonna go with you and also farm some rebar.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then where is the train portal? Oh, what the? Holy sh!
Freeze it.
Brian.
Come on, grinder. Oh.
Are you even damaging it?
I don't know. Back here. I mean, it
I believe I need to, defecate.
Man, maybe not.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just
Does anyone know? Can you kill this thing?
I may have used like all of my grinder discs.
Well, you get a few hits when it comes the center here.
Oh, it is killable. I'm coming. Ow. Did I loot something off of it? Oh no, those are the grinder discs.
Oh.
Woo! That,
It just dropped the same shit. Yeah.
No.
Lame. All right, to the blacksmith. You can upload the VOD. It'll be on my VODs channel. What's up, Guts Nuts? Oh, rat guy.
You suck. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, I froze myself. Lobos, get him! Get him, Lobos!
Where? Who? Oh. What's in the box?
I just sworn, isn't there like something that's better at cutting up stuff, chat? Like a butcher's knife or like an improved kitchen knife. I don't see anything. No, I mean, it's just weird though, because I could have sworn I saw like a recipe for that. That's all. Where do I even go from here again? Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, it was like a skill upgrade, wasn't it? Ah, yes. Expert giving, cooking 12. Alright. I don't know if we need this many, but that's the whole reason I came here.
That ought to do it.
Alright, I got 7 optic lenses. It's pretty good.
I don't think these rebar boxes respawned. That's getting rebar harder.
I'll look for some wooden boxes as well.
Oh. Wait, I just teleported to the water. Oh. Well.
Like so many hits. I don't want to go that way. Is this where the train portal was? Oh. Oh, right. This is the portal that... How's the hunt for rebar going?
Well, I made my way all the way back to the laboratories. Now I found some boxes here, so I'm looking, but
Gotcha.
not the right kind of boxes, I think.
Oh, man. I wish I had more inventory space, dude. It's just like, so I feel like I'm looting so much stuff, but like I just can't grab everything. Yeah, we should have been using the cart sooner. You're not wrong. I mean, I don't really know if we need a rebar that badly. Oh! I found a sledgehammer.
Oh?
Yeah.
Where?
Hidden in
Where
this. It was hidden in a box. I don't know. I'm just freaking trying to find rebar for you.
Are you like near the blacksmith?
I'm at. Near manufacturing. But yeah, kind of close to the blacksmith.
Okay. I'm back home now.
Oh, there's so much rebar here.
Let's go. Yeah, I need to repair the crossbow. I mean, the crowbar.
Oh, there's 2 sledgehammers. Grab you one. Okay, the question is, how do I get back?
I'm cramming over to the blacksmith.
Okay. I found 11 rebar. Not bad.
Okay.
Where did I put the platform cart? I don't think we teleported it back. Yeah, I think we forgot to teleport the platform cart back.
Oh. Yeah, we gotta get the queen bees before they
Oh, yeah.
die, right?
Yeah, well, we got 1 new queen bee when we did that nest, but we can build it now, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought we needed 2. Or maybe we did, but...
We needed 2 beeswax, just 1 of the queen bees, though.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they do decay over time.
Check-in approved.
Oh, we can trade rebar to the blacksmith, but we don't know what yet. I mean, trade for rebar. Are you back home, or...?
No, not yet. I'm working my way back.
I took off the thing that shows your position. Probably not the best idea.
I'm going back to the tram station. Yeah, I super went super far.
No worries. I'm chilling. I'll just eat some food.
Oh, hey.
Just kick me.
I was doing the dance.
Oh, looks like you just need me in the balls.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put the sledgehammer in here. In the storage.
Nice. Is it better than the crowbar? I doubt it, right?
No,
Whoa.
but it has an upgrade. Apparently uses explosive cartridges as ammunition for the sledgehammer.
Whoa.
Does less damage than the crowbar 2.0, but the explosion might make it more. Might be kind of expensive to charge, though.
All good. I repaired my crowbar now, so... Yeah, we still need more metal scrap.
Yeah, the explosive cartridges are kind of expensive. I'm gonna try it out, but I don't think it's really probably gonna be worth it. Wait, where's the explosive cartridges?
Oh, so did we do anything with the gems or anything? We just made the level 3 keycard, right?
Yeah. But that does give us access to quite a bit of stuff now.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. I think that gives us like proper access to the one. You see about this. That's really okay.
Can we make a toilet?
Oh.
Makeshift toilet. Oh, it uses one of our buckets. Alright, I'm making it. Nice little pooper. Where do we put the pooper?
Oh, maybe we can collect the poop that way, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe outside by the water?
By the water.
Or just like over here. Well, that's tiny.
All right.
Hurry up.
I'm working on it. Freaking NPCs staring at me.
Let me know if you change your mind.
I'm... Alright. I got a flashlight in case we need it for headlamps.
Nice.
What was that sound? Oh, charging?
Yeah.
Wait, what is that you're charging?
The headlamp.
Oh, the headlamp. Oh.
Yeah, I found one shoulder light, but not a second yet, sadly.
All good.
Yeah, is there anything else we want to make now?
Have we made a projection matrix yet?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna make another jump pad. Because
Okay.
those are pretty nice. Maybe that could be sold for something.
Sequence break. I'm gonna make a projection matrix.
Yeah.
Okay. No, also quantum glass.
Oh, we can make the X-ray tower.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I see you did this already. Yeah, the X-ray tower. Tech Scepter, did you look at that?
Yeah, I saw that. All right, I'll make the tower, or the X-ray tower.
Oh, okay, that's the mace. That was like a spell casting device.
Huh?
Does it need to be powered? Probably.
The tower.
Yeah.
Let me put it down. Yeah. Oh, there's power all over the place, so.
Yeah, I'm just
Not
wondering
too
how,
bad.
like, if we recognize that the dude showed up, how do we place it quickly enough to, like...
Yeah.
Okay,
Good question.
Maybe we just AFK in our base until he shows up and stand in front of the X-ray machine.
Oh yeah, let me make... Oh, do we have any watches for the chains? You know?
We may have used them all at this point.
I wonder if we can even get more chains if we go to the train.
We gotta be able to, right?
You really think they just respawn, though?
They tell you there's, like...
Oh yeah, because it's a portal world, so the resources respawn. Yeah, you're right. Maybe you want to go there right now?
Sure.
Do you remember how to get there?
Yeah, it's the second tram, and then it's the ramp down into the portal.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I never recalled the platform cart.
Oh,
that's alright.
These will have to wait.
I think we might need to make the beekeeper suit. We have the bees.
Yeah.
Maybe ours don't hurt us.
That's easy enough to make.
Yeah.
Because it has that suit. Although I don't know how much leather scrap.
You just need, you can get leather scrap easily. You just gotta dismantle something. Like.
Yeah. Something off the marines.
Will I play Ninja Gaiden 4? I don't have any plans. Maybe. Oh, the briefcase. Yeah, I guess that's how I got it, from scrapping that.
We gotta make a second briefcase. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Over this way. Oh. I guess we have a shortcut.
Replenishing. Unos minutos.
Any shoulder lights?
Oh, I forgot we can make a new pack. Check that.
I can't remember if you get the shoulder lights just from killing them or if it's from chopping them up.
I think it's a drop. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh.
Huh?
Fine.
It never stops. It never ends. It goes on and on and on and on and on. Wait. No. I must not stop. I must.
Pocket watch.
Enemy!
Yeah, these guys are gonna be so much easier. Oh, maybe there's rebar. No, not this. Oh, there is. No. All right. Why are they coming for you? Smashed him in the face. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Grinder discs too. Gaseous nest. Oh, bounce pad. Yeah. Take that.
Oh, the car battery charger is here too.
Oh.
Our pad stays at least.
Yeah.
Hey, you! Look it!
Oh, I might need the young briefcase.
Yep. Full, so might as well.
Yeah, I wonder if we put 2 down if it like double heals. That'd be nice.
Probably does.
Oh, the watches are all like individual item pickups. It's kind of annoying.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I got plenty of space.
It's all you. You get all the scrap here. Oof.
Oh, it's in his head.
Ouch.
Ah. Oh, shoulder light. Whoa,
Oh, you
a
got
magnum.
one. Nice. Oh, a magnum? Actually.
Yeah. I was wondering where a magnum was going to be. Ah! Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Oh. Oh. Ah!
The radio pack has leather. you grab that?
Yeah. Oh, mega bullets. Oh god. I did very poorly. Another train replica.
Nice.
I guess all the pocket watchers are just in that first.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the pooping guy. Wow.
On me. Stealing all the peas.
No. Wow. Thief. Absolutely.
I washed myself.
Round tape.
All right. Well, that was pretty lucrative, I'd say. Nice.
Rebar and stuff too.
Oh yeah, it takes us here.
Oh. Are we going back home?
Yeah, I think so. Beautiful. Yeah, that's so much supplies. That was real nice. I'm gonna dismantle all these watches in the briefcases.
And then keypad tier 3 door.
Yeah.
Door.
How much armor do you have, by the way? When you press tab? Like the top left number. Shield.
40.
Okay. I'm at 31.
When I got guns, the deflection is really...
Yeah. Gonna kill this robot real quick.
Yeah, sounds good. Stam reducer.
You can just keep swinging even if you're out of stam.
Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe it does like less damage though.
I wanted to do like the sprint attack with crowbar is incredibly fast.
Nice. Oh, I'm gonna teleport the platform cart.
Ah, nice. He trades you staplers for something, but we still don't know what that item is. It's kind of crazy.
Can you take the stuff from the cart here, or the bag?
Let me drop off because I'm full
Okay.
now. Pretty much.
I'm gonna put some grinder discs in the bottom right. That's great. You want 'em?
Okay. Did you get everything off the cart?
No.
Okay, I'm grabbing it. Wherever. Wait, did you bring it back?
It's in the center. It's not, the cart gets like, it's kind of weird. Just in the center by the NPC.
I'm at the NPC and I don't see it. Oh, you stored it. Oh.
I didn't. That's just how it spawns.
Oh, okay. I see, I see. Okay.
I'm gonna make these bionic legs. I want to see what they're like. Oh, all of our tomatoes went bad.
That's not good. Let's see. We really need like a resort everything button.
There is a sort button on.
No, but I mean across all of our boxes.
Oh.
Consolidate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carrying rotten food. Why do I have food? Oh, it was on the cart. We've somehow already filled up everything. Let's see. Beans. Try that.
Is there any other soup I could make right now?
We can. Oh no, it was 1.5. Requires nearby nourishment. Where do I put the bees? I'm gonna put them
Where's my salt?
by the front door, actually. Okay, they need anti-juice.
Sarah, what?
Anti-juice? This creepy guy is in our base.
Do we have the beeswax?
I made the beehive.
Oh, you made it. I see.
Yeah.
Nice.
But they need.
Oh, right. That's what you were saying. Sorry, I was like. that
Oh
was
no,
something
you're
out. Anything else we want to make?
Well, we were getting rebar. We got you'll hack level 3. Can you make another briefcase?
Oh yeah, healing briefcase. Good idea. Yeah, I can. We have so many antivirus suite. In fact, I'm gonna make a few syringes as well because we have so many. I mean, the briefcase, I guess, kind of makes it unnecessary.
I mean, it does run out, so.
Yeah. I made 3 syringes for you. Drop them on the ground.
Well, okay. Well, I already have 4, so. I'm
Oh, all right. I'll put them away then.
What else is new? Did you make a field battery yet?
No.
Oh no, because we need 3 Layak essence. We need the tower, the X-ray thing.
Yeah, I mean we have it. Just gotta use it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Why don't you put it here facing the door or something? Why am I smoking? You have the tower.
Yeah, do you want it?
Yeah. Damn it, NPC! He's blocking. I can't build it. Move. Oh, it's facing the wrong way.
Have you a need?
Putting all of our weapons in the armory.
Okay, that's nice. Okay. So, I figure a lot of times we're inside here with our backs to the door, and maybe the dude will spawn behind us. Where is it? Oh,
Yeah, that would be good.
360-degree zap. Oh.
Fishing rod and armory. Yeah, it's a weapon. Well, actually, it's not, but... Wait, is this not cooking anymore? Is it nighttime?
I don't think so.
What?
No, the lights are on.
Oh, there's a... sucking the electricity.
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, God, dude. There we go. Are you serious?
Yeah, my frickin' food wasn't cooking.
Wow.
I was like, what's going on?
Yeesh. Jerk.
Alright, well, we can wait for the soup to get finished and then we can head out. We'll be done soon. I'm making a mega stew. This one seems good.
Whoa.
A&L mega stew.
Huh. Oh, we need to keep the drumsticks for something.
Oh yeah, for the arm. Or the...
Oh, the armor, yeah.
Damn.
Careful stuff. Oh, okay, okay. That's not the most important thing.
How is my cooking still not high enough, dude? I have double cooking XP bonus as well. The trait for that. Still not even level 7. So you gotta do a lot of cooking. Wait, can we make the industrial stove? No.
Do we not have one here? I guess it's a broken one. Industrial stove. I mean, yeah.
All right, food's finished.
Yay.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's absolutely
Come
Siberian.
get some of this soup.
Mega soup. I just realized we have a cold storage. We have a walk-in freezer in the back.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Move faster, feel stronger. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna... Unless we need it, I'm gonna hold on to it because I'm already high health, or high food thirst.
Sounds good. All right, you good then?
Think I'm good.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Oh right, there was one other thing. Wanted to make the forged chest plate. Need a high visibility vest. Oh right, I can't get that though because I need to give this guy a tomato. Oh well, that's okay.
Can we shoot this guy?
You freed the giants. If I can assist, I shall.
Alright. We never went back to the, that first portal dimension with the huge walking skelly bros. I wonder if there's anything back there. There's a bunch of locked doors, remember?
Yeah, were they like hack doors or?
No, they were like locked, and I was wondering if maybe the porcelain key would be for that, but I don't know. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I brought this here.
Oh here, wait. Do you want to here get on? Get on the. Oh.
You want to drive?
Have you seen how like?
Oh.
It's kind of like.
Jittery it is.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. I don't know why it's so jittery like that.
Yeah. I mean, Lethal Company's kind of like that. A little bit.
Yeah, true. This is the wrong way.
Yeah. Actually, OG Half-Life, this is like very similar. If you're going fast enough, you'd be like actually get out of the car and then teleport forward and keep doing that over and over. Well, we gotta find... Oh yeah, our first door is on the right here, I think. Yeah. Nice.
Beautiful.
Okay.
The shortcut?
Is it? Huh?
Though we haven't yet captured a complete specimen of 139, Dr. Thule took a sample of its dust. But this raised more questions than answers. Foremost, 139 appears primarily to be a host rather than an individual. Pendleton theorizes 139 may be suffering an infection, which will require tests to ensure no cross-contamination can occur.
Oh, there's a rat guy.
We're unsure whether its behaviors are innate to the original being. The fiber. It's quite a tangled web, really. We'll need more time.
You get him? I'm getting liquid crystal. Oh.
Get back here, you bastard!
Oh no.
Oh my god, this is the most enemy.
Are they shooting? Oh, heard him die. There we go, nice. Come on. Jesus.
Alright, where to now?
Because,
Yeah.
that's a good question. Definitely the yellow room, right? The paint room.
Yeah.
With the mage on us.
Oh man, my game is starting to
Yeah, I
lag
lagged
a little
out when
bit.
we did that. Yeah. And I hate this running attack. Oh, wow. Easy. So we can go to yellow paint room, or we can try and like retraverse and find other hack doors. I think there's just a load spot right there. So that's
Yeah.
what I like that.
Yeah, we can go to paint room. Was it on the bottom, or did we go up?
No, we went up more.
Okay. Because I know it just led, like, to the bottom.
Yeah, it did lead to the bottom. It's much faster than me.
Yeah, we need to get you them legs. We just gotta kill a few more robots. I think one more, and you can get the legs. It's a bit less armor, though. Only 5. But I was actually able to keep up with the rat guy.
Oh, nice. I don't mind sticking with heavier armor. You do faster.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I like those set bonuses. Can we get in these doors yet? What? Oh. Oh.
There's a plant in here. Ela. Sonic.
Sonic. Oh, whoa. Holy, it's a shotgun. Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Antique shotgun. Damn. I got the last weapon upgrade. Got my.
It says it could be upgraded at a bench.
Yeah, yeah. Important.
This looks like at the SCP containment here.
You see this?
Oh.
This drawing. There's a drawing here. It says important, and it looks like that little nest I was talking about in the animal area.
Oh.
Like the top left. Like it kind of looks like that, right? I mean, there wasn't anything in there, but.
There's a cube. A cube.
Oh, there's something weird in there, yeah. Oh. Gravity dampener.
Dangling.
Gravity cube. Huh.
The holder may experience gravitational anomalies. Oh, we need exquisite chain for that. Yo, nice. Good thing we went there.
Oh.
Cool.
You see that?
The snowman.
Yeah, that's. Yeah. Where's this? The heck? I don't know if we can go there.
Containment block Curie.
Oh! What?
Sorry, I got scared.
The rail. Observation. Is the door closing? Yep. Failing to. Oh, nice. Oh, that's the inner wing. That's our
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. When people ask where we found
There's a lot of lore here.
IS-4172, I tell them the truth. It was recovered from a kebab restaurant in rural Turkey, where it was being used as a doorstop. The fact that it is, by a factor of tens, the oldest known manufactured object on Earth, forged from alloys not to be invented for another 1.7 million years, was irrelevant to the owner, who accepted in exchange 50 lira and a small rock. We are no closer to identifying its creators.
Did you read the entry about the antique shotgun? Because
no,
I think it's an SCP basically.
Oh.
There's some interesting information.
It is really like I don't understand why it doesn't just pop up the log though. It's actually so annoying.
Yeah, in the registry though. Also Shadow Hopper we just learned about.
Always treat the subject as if it was loaded. Do not point at anyone. For no personnel are present within a 50-meter radius. Okay, Lobos. I'm gonna...
Oh. Why me?
Here.
You have to be.
Here.
I do have heavy armor. Oh, okay. What if you blow up the bed?
I don't know, it doesn't, it's...
Doesn't do anything?
Well, there's no ammo loaded in it. Maybe if it has ammo loaded in it, it'll shoot you automatically.
Okay. Alright. Alright then. Oh.
I have had to secure IS-52 personally, following the latest abuse of containment procedures by staff.
The tram comes here too, it seems.
I understand fully well the attraction of jumping 3 times higher than normal, or floating gently down from the 3rd story.
Jumping 3 times higher than normal.
Gravity cube is not.
Oh, maybe that's how. Oh man, yeah, I bet we have to use that to like.
Do you see this?
Oh wait, Lobos. Come in here. Come back to
Out.
It's also quite glowy.
Downstairs? Yeah.
Yeah, to the inner wing.
Yes. To the right is our thing
here.
We need. Oh.
Boom.
Whoa. Nice. Oh, gate security crate. Were we ever gonna open?
Oh.
Live fire zone, dude. Okay, all of those are turrets. Clearance. A lot of those.
Well, that's kind of scary.
There's a really interesting looking thing that I could see from a different room. Oh, I guess we have to.
If you land on it, it should like you don't take fall damage when you bounce. Oh.
Okay. All right. I fractured a bone in my leg.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Yeah. I made this club.
Ooh, this is a big table.
There's a scientist over here. So this is... Oh.
Scientist?
Yeah. I saw this, not the scientist, but I saw the room that he's in from up above, and there's like a cool thing on a pedestal that I wanted to come check.
This is Dr. Mance.
The lore?
Studying the tensor dynamics of our perforation system. There's one particular thing I've
Where are you
noticed.
exactly?
It seems that the
Near your
distension of the
jump pad,
continuum has an attractive effect.
Entrance.
Oh, the tunnel.
Which is to say,
Yeah.
left unguided, portals will ground their exits near other portals. If they weren't so unstable, I'd be tempted to suggest this could be exploited
See the
as
bell
a way
behind
to
him?
travel rapidly around the
That's what I
facility.
saw from...
Could you
I
help
can
me?
imagine what Dr. Thule would think of that.
Hurry up, Dr. Mance.
It meant getting his coffee quicker.
They said something about portals grounding other portals, and it would be you could exploit it to travel around the facility.
Is it safe yet?
Hi.
Thank the stars. All I wanted was a place to rest a
my
few
God.
hours without getting eaten or shot or minced. But I accidentally locked myself in. 2 PhDs, but you'd never know it. I'd very much prefer not to rot here, so if you could help me out, I'd be extremely grateful. And I can help. You see, I'm confident that I can get us through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator. In fact, I'm sure of it. If you could just get this door open. Resetting the system in the control center should open these cells and reprogram the guns out there.
Okay.
And if I'm right, it should give us access to the rest of the containment block too.
Okay.
You just have to get there, to the control center, in one piece.
Okay.
Control center.
Where does the dot lead? It's probably somewhere through... Oh. These are different SCPs. 151 that way.
Oh yeah.
12 that way. Oh, 127.
Floppy hat.
Floppy hat?
I
Oh,
dropped
I
it.
thought that was the SCP. Floppy hat.
The SCP.
Oh, nice. Yeah, cold resist hat. Will my leg eventually fix? I think it will, right? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, living snowman. We have a subject about it. Or a log about it.
Nice. This is snowman. The presence. All staff are prohibited from entering the area until further notice. Uh-oh. We're just chilling. Oh.
Guess we're fine. Maybe it escaped.
The audio gets real chunky in here.
Yeah.
Super bassy.
My personal disinclination towards firearms in general leaves me largely underprepared to record anything of value surrounding 099. I'm not what you might call a gun nut. I can tell you it's Dr. Pendleton and I had a frank exchange of views today.
Oh, God.
I described IS-155 as a noxious weed and suggested that recent events in the reactors have borne this out. She insisted that antiverse flowers had a beauty to them. I was not in the mood for a lesson in aesthetics. I pointed out that pseudoid mushrooms tried several types of ammunition.
Entropy flower. That sounds amazing. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Maybe the guns are down now.
I don't think so. Oh, actually, maybe. You might be right.
No, it doesn't look like it. That was a heavy footstep. Oh, there's a robot out now. I shouldn't.
Did you go back to the inner wing? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a robot, you said?
Yeah, across.
Oh! I got him. He's coming.
Oh, he's coming?
I think so. Shot him anyways.
Oh, he's aggroed. Oh, careful with the guns.
I don't know if he can get out of there. I think he's... I don't think he has the pathing.
Oh, he's coming.
Oh, never mind.
Accuracy up. Ow. Here's the briefcase.
All right. Well, you can get the legs now if you wanted, but I know you said you'd rather just have the tankiness.
Probably helpful. How much armor are they?
5.
Okay. I would probably still use them. No rush though.
Yeah. Where is my... Oh no. It's the guy.
Oh. You're bleeding. He's probably gone if you're not dead.
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh man. Yike. Okay, let's see. Can we drop down?
Where did I put my briefcase? Did
you make a briefcase?
I did.
It looks like a map, remember?
Yeah, I remember. I don't see it. Unless I'm just having a moment. Maybe I... Oh, I put on the charger and forgot to grab it back. Oopsies. Because there was the... At least in the tunnel, there's the one other path we could check to the left.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe not.
Dead end?
It looks like maybe we could blow it up with a grenade or something.
Oh, it's interesting.
All right. Well, I guess we try to head towards the control center.
Yeah. Is that the? Did you find the dot for it? Let's see a dot. Wait, what is?
I'm actually not sure. Maybe it doesn't show us. Maybe it's like above it?
The control center.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything.
Containment block. I feel like we need to get past the guns, maybe. But he did say it would disable the guns, so maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it's across this way.
Yeah, I feel like we need to disable them, and then that's how we explore. But maybe you could probably brute force it too. There's probably like multiple ways you could do it. I'm at the tram. Are you coming back?
I was staring at the guns.
Okay.
Thinking about my life choices.
Let's see.
Coming back. You want to go back home?
I don't think I really need to go back home, but...
Oh, I see. You're just chilling at the tram?
Yeah, yeah.
We have maps, don't we? We got maps. Cascade Laboratories. We don't...
Yeah, we still don't know how to frickin' capture the wisps.
Oh, I see control center. It is on the second map. Next to the megalith. Yes, it's in between two live fire zones. Is the control.
Lovely.
There might be another way to get there. Helmholtz lift.
And is the containment megalith what?
That's the main
tram?
lift.
Like the big tram we're on?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the tram that goes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alert. There has been a complete containment failure.
Complete containment failure.
Please
Is
make
that
your
bad?
way to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Right. I turned off my thing that tracks you. I traded it for the potato, so...
I'm just at the tram. I mean, you just gotta go back out.
Alright. New journal note.
Yeah,
Did we try going even higher? There's like so many levels.
But there was... Is there another hack door somewhere?
At least one, yeah.
Should we check back at the wildlife pens real quick? If there's one there? Or do you know? Can't remember. Oh, I'm gonna drink the soup and see how fast it makes me.
Oh, right. I'll eat some soup too.
Oh yeah, we opened the door here.
Yeah.
There's probably not anything.
What about the door? Oh no, we used the tram key. Check in. Vehicle lot. It's a cool room. Wait,
Unbelievable.
Containment cell door. Yeah, if we get to the control center, they said it would open all the containment cell doors, so...
Yeah. I guess that should just be our top priority right now. I'm actually pretty fast now.
You're like twice my speed.
We could go back and make you these legs if you want.
I
mean, it's right here.
Okay, sure. Why not?
All
Let's
right.
go. I can use a nap too.
Get on. I'll drive.
Okay. Also, there's on the map, there's a Kiz Cola, and I don't know why. Oopsies. Oh my god, dude. I did not. I'll briefcase you.
It's okay. It didn't do that much damage.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution advised.
Whee! Whee! Oh, yeah, stairs. It's a little rough.
Close enough. Oh, there's a rat guy. I'm gonna go try to kill him.
Get him. Move! A radio crackle is heard nearby. The NPC is blocking access to the base. At least front access. What's the radio crackle? I don't remember what that is.
I'm not sure. Where'd Ratman go? God dang it. Shoot!
I'm up. Sorry. Thought about it first. Kill that man.
I don't know. It seems like it's fine, the shotgun. It doesn't...
Oh, yeah, were you able to upgrade it?
Oh, I didn't check. I was just seeing if it would shoot you. Because it's like... Well, it's like an SCP. I read the log. It's like, don't aim it towards anybody.
Our base is under attack, but I'm not sure by what. Radio crack. I want the damn Layak to show up again.
Why is this...
Oh, I know, dude.
Why is he in here?
We didn't really check the Magnum. Let's see. Magnum deals 100 damage.
Oh, wow. Can you use it?
It requires 10 accuracy.
Ah, dang. Yeah, I think I'm at 8.
I have 6. Although,
But yeah, I was trying to listen to it, Arufa, but I...
use SMG now.
Lobos played the other one at the same time. No, you also need, like, some hand wraps for it or something. You need, like, gloves that activate the gun.
Oh, you learn the biometric arm wraps recipe at 7.
Ah. Oh, so wait, I can just make...
I think you can make those hand wraps. But,
You are correct. I need 10 arms. Oh.
Jesus.
I've just left all the arms. Of course they're useful for something. I think they're all... I don't even know if they stack. Maybe they do.
Imagine stacking arms. 10 arms? What
yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's annoying that if you add an item into like a pile that's low, it just... Because this is all gonna spoil soon.
I want to upgrade the grinder. Can I do that? Whoa. Yeah, you can upgrade the grinder, but we haven't found any of the stuff for it.
Mm.
Well, we were gonna make legs for me. Let's see.
Yeah, is there enough? Oh.
We need one jailbroken CPU unless...
I could have... Unless maybe it's on the platform card, but you grabbed that, right?
The platform card? No. I mean, a while ago, yeah.
Yeah. I guess... I thought we had enough.
Oh, good. The air feels normal.
Oh, my
That's
bad. Yeah.
No,
oh, back we go. Whew, so fast.
Whee! Yeah, zoomy. Wait, we're on the lift with it? Oh, damn. That seems like dangerous to drive around with. Yeah, maybe not. What?
Lobos?
Okay, okay, hold on. Well, I did say it seemed dangerous to ride around on. Hold on, I can get it out of here. Please don't bring the lift down. Okay, good. Okay, now bring the lift down.
I'm not on the lift.
Okay,
looking
fine,
around.
bring it down. I don't know if I fell down normally or if I clipped through the floor, but yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Coming up.
Oh, the live fire zone is all the way.
I believe I need to,
at like the top floor.
defecate.
Oh wait.
I'm at the 3rd floor.
Okay, your 3rd floor, yellow room.
No, that's or well, I'm one above
Blue.
you.
You're one above me. Oh, okay. Oh.
I checked over that way. There's just like some bell inside. Oh,
Oh, the
what
bell.
the?
Oh, damn. Oh my gosh. Dude, so, oh my god, so we're gonna have to...
Oh,
Hey.
that's kind of scary. Is that the guy from the town? One of those big
Does
big
look
guys?
like him. Yeah, he's just sitting down. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go disable the whatever, and then all of these are gonna open.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun. Wow, there's so many floors. Oh, there's live fire zone. Okay. Hate-inducing table. Oh dear. What is that above? Fruit. Growing. I can see some giant shrooms. Oh! There's a ramp up this way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'll check these doors.
Behind us. Wait, can you bring the lift up at all anymore?
I can try.
Oh, you can. Oh, I better get off.
Mushrooms.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, this is probably where we need spore breathing equipment. You still have yours?
Yeah.
Let's go.
To anyone handling fluids of IS
The Terrasque?
The Terrasque. Be extremely careful. The I-Core has properties we've yet to fully assess and can interfere, interrupt, or even instigate perforation events.
Doesn't work right now.
I'm sure you're all aware of what happened to Dr. Stern last week. Luckily, we recovered
Can't be any
him
problem with
unharmed.
jumping down.
Mostly. With thanks to the staff at Tory facility, we have the Terrasque hooked up in that insufferably hot
We can repair
shroom
this.
room. Please ensure you do not disturb the arrangement.
Okay. We just need to kill a Terrasque. It's easy.
Where he was saying he has him stored somewhere?
He said he's locked up in this hot room. Where is he?
Was it this
Where is
room?
he? I don't know, but he said they had him hold up in a very hot place.
Okay.
It was a hot place. So I was assuming. Did we get a journal entry for Terrasque? Let's see. I'm gonna look.
Do I know you?
Oh shit.
To anyone handling fluids of IS-121, the Terrasque, be extremely careful. The I-Core has properties we've yet to fully assess and can interfere, interrupt, or even instigate perforation events. I'm sure you're all aware of what happened to Dr. Stern last week. Luckily, we recovered him unharmed. Mostly. With thanks to the staff at Tory facility, we have the Terrasque hooked up in that insufferably hot shroom room.
Yeah.
How did I get here?
You do not disturb the arrangement.
Insufferably hot shroom room.
Weird.
Oh, guy's alive, huh? This amnesia threshold.
Go through it.
Okay.
Do I know you?
Don't do it, by the way.
My name's Siobhan. Dr. Siobhan Houston?
Okay, it's just a respec.
Yeah, but apparently it like actually just
materials
wipes your
chemist.
stats, so you don't like.
I remember
It's not really like.
Corey, the transfer.
You can't like put the points into something
Then
else.
what happened?
Well, I guess he's just not holed up in here anymore, huh? Hmm. Got out.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh,
Well, this looks concerning.
It's okay, we're just gonna leave it. Oh, see, we can take the car.
I think this
Drive
might be
through
like
it.
a cement bag moment. Like we need to build.
Oh
What
no!
the Lobos, what
I see. I'm alive though. It's okay. I'll be up in.
You need some practice with that thing.
That thing needs practice with me. That's what. It might be stuck up somewhere forever.
Yeah, you can recall it at least.
Oh yeah. True.
Well, we have some cement bags at home. I don't know if I've collected enough. I grabbed. I think we have like 15, like 10 or 15 of them.
Wait, does it prompt you for cement bags, or are you saying to make like
A barricade so we don't get shot.
It's curious.
I feel like we need to build a wall.
I mean, I have a full set of armor that deflects bullets, so I could probably just run
Maybe.
right through.
I mean, you're gonna have to open the keypad door while getting shot.
The keypad door.
Yeah, there's a door.
Hacking?
Yeah. And then it's like inside of
Or I lure the shots away from you.
Do we have a bed? Because I mean,
You didn't pick up the other one before you shot me, did you?
no.
Okay. But we can get back there. No problem. Probably. It was. Oh. Sorry.
That's okay. I have the legs, so my legs don't actually break.
Yeah, it was through the yellow room. The inner area.
Is that where we put the bed?
Yes, through here. The new access took us. You son of a bastard. Okay. Yep. Where did you try to shoot me, though?
I think it was right up the staircase. Wait, no. Oh, wait, maybe. Yes.
Nice.
Got it. Oh. I wasn't sure which way you were going.
Does that, the live fire spot up there, that's a different way, right? That's, I think, other side? Like the new, oh, it's more.
What do you mean exactly?
Well, there's two
Like
live
on the
fire
map?
zones. There's two, yeah, like there's two live fire zones. One was over there where we just went and got the bed.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think the one on this side's a different one.
I think if...
Oh, yeah, that's entirely different. Okay, I see.
Yeah, so I think if we want to get to the other live fire zone, we need to take the zip line, the one that led that like high up area that I was saying we could like jump to or whatever.
Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna pop a
All right, let me put the bed down for you.
Yeah. I'll pop syringe. I'll run out there. I'm gonna throw down the suitcase, the briefcase, and then I'll dance around, and everything will be fine.
Okay.
You get the door open.
Yeah, I wonder how much damage did you take?
I was already missing some health, and I probably took about 10% health.
Okay, maybe this will actually work.
I think it will. Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Steady. Hold. Wait 1 moment. Waiting. Okay, let's go.
I'm dead.
Did you die?
Yeah, I'm gonna crawl. I'm gonna crawl before.
Yeah, crawl.
Yeah, you can res me.
My bad.
Just give me a sec though.
Yeah. Oh, I hope. Okay. How close were you?
Not even close. That we definitely can't do this.
Make sure you bandage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's a different type of bullet. I want to get the briefcase back.
I think we just need to.
Oh wait! Oh what? Oh! Don't wait! Oh, I don't have any bandages. Okay, check this out. Ow, hold on.
I mean, if you just grab it, I can res you when you go down.
I guess so. Can you bandage me? Yay! Oh wait, but I'm just gonna die anyways. Okay, grabbing it. I couldn't grab it. I'll try again. Oh wait, my loot's right here. I forgot. Well, I don't have any health anymore. Wait.
Yeah, you might. You might just want to die and respawn and then try to get it again.
Yeah. If I die, it'll spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just spawn at the bed.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
All right, I'm thinking the cement.
I'm skipping.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bed. Okay. All right. Yeah, cement
I mean,
barriers is a pretty good idea.
We can try to barrier it, or we can try to go the other way.
Briefcase. Hold on. See, look at this though. See, I'm luring it.
Yeah, I think it shoots like both of us, or I don't even know. I wasn't even close though.
Probably another one. Okay. And then now. Did I get everything? I did. Okay. I'm at, double bandage. Okay. I got first aid level up. As expected. Here. I need to heal a little bit. So chat says there's 2 turrets. Okay, home?
Yeah, we can go home. I mean, where... You know what, let's go look, I want to take a look at
we can
the...
make gravity cube too. Wait for me!
Oh.
Sorry. We can make the gravity cube thing, right?
I'm just wondering how we're, like, either we try to get past this one, or maybe we try to go around the other fire zone.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know where this one takes us necessarily, right?
Yeah, I'm down to try the cement strat, but I don't know if we have enough cement. I don't really...
Yeah. No, yeah, I think I get actually a construction benefit. If I get one more level, the cost of building barricades, walls, and ramps is reduced by half.
Oh, it was level 5? I see.
What was?
I didn't even realize. I just tried. Yeah, I guess it was level 5, but I didn't see.
What was level 5?
The door up there.
Oh!
Level 5 hack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then. 5?
I mean, yeah, like I should have seen it. I was just...
Where are we going up here?
Well, I think we need to zip...
Oh,
wait,
do
that's
the
a zip.
Sure, yeah. We haven't zipped yet. There's a higher zip.
I feel like we need to get up to where the highest zip is.
I bet you that's the control room. Like that whole upper section there. See, I see the turret right here. When you get past the turret.
We can get you the legs.
Leveling up accuracy. Oh, that was fast. What the heck?
I mean, it's... I don't know. I don't really mind, like, that backseat, because it's... Like, I should have seen it in the first place, but I didn't realize. So, it's whatever.
Alright.
Alright, well, let's go back, and then we can make you the legs.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I can do this hack, but... I mean, it's not gonna... Yeah,
How do we
it doesn't
make
work.
thermite? Let me see. It's... Antiverse gel. Soil bag, metal scrap, lab burner. We can make the lab burner now.
Yeah, I don't think we've figured out the gel yet, though.
Yeah, gel.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If
Power
you have
services.
any specimens outside of containment, return them immediately.
This is kind of tricky, though, because I'm really not sure where we're supposed to go now.
Hey, we never went to the laser section, did we, of this area? I remember
Laser
reading laser rooms, and then I saw a laser sticking out a hallway, but we never actually went there. It was like after we kind of found our way near the first, the zip line. So
Okay.
I think there's more to explore there still. Oh, no car. Oh, right. We won't talk about the car location.
Well, we can recall it, right? I don't remember where the recall
Yeah,
button
we
is.
can. What's that? Oh, keypad. car recall, I think, was in that garage.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right, I'm making you the legs, buddy.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Hey.
Jergy. I just said. Do you want bionic leg? Oh wait, I'm sorry. Forge Greaves at all?
No, it's all right.
Oh,
Running
I'll put it
fast
in
is
the-
just so nice.
Ooh, that weapon thing is full. Let's see. Oh, right. Well, I guess we should chill till morning.
If you need power, I have the battery.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna repair.
Oh, it doesn't hold the materials, though.
Oh. Well. I will lie down for a bit. Oh, right, I died recently. Oh! Did it get X-ray zapped? No, it's not working, is it?
You turn it on, plug it in.
It's plugged in, it's just, it's nighttime.
Yeah, no, but the battery. Okay, I'm putting the battery down here. You get put.
What?
Oh.
Wait, it's hit. Where?
Oh my. Why can't I put it down?
Reset complete.
I didn't realize you were still running around with it. I thought it disappeared by that point. Well, probably not going to show up for a while now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's good to know. We should leave this here though and unplug it for now.
Yeah.
Wait, can you unplug it? What the heck? Just have to package it.
It's on the back. The buttons
Oh,
there.
I see a specific spot. I need to eat. Nice load of soup. Where do you keep drinks? Fridge?
Yeah.
Alright, I just need to repair once the power's back on, and I'll be good to go.
Sounds good.
So I was pumping iron the other day.
I want to make more soup, but I don't know if I have. I have rump and heart.
Say, how about a few brewskis after work?
Oh, can we collect honey?
No, we need
Oh,
to feed
right,
it with
anti-juice. Yeah, yeah.
We gotta find new portals. Although, wait, can we create something for portals? No. Portal, fish bait. Personal teleporter? Did we make that?
No.
Pest teleporter. Personal teleporter. Requires a memory brick, which requires a jailbroken CPU.
Well, more robots we gotta kill.
Yeah. Okay. Just 2 though, I think, and then we can teleport back home whenever.
Alright, we're good. Oh, let me plug this back in.
Okay. Anything else? You got your your briefcase. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm so fast. Holy. That's great. Ooh, I'm not leveling strength anymore because I'm not red encumbrance.
Yeah, you'll just have to be heavy, or like just pick up a lot of stuff.
A bunch of stuff.
Alert! There has been a complete containment failure.
All right. Where do we go now? Where to now?
Okay. So yeah, the spot I was talking about.
Oh, do we?
Let's go up the ramp.
Yeah. And drop now. You do take a little bit of damage, but you'll just you'll feel.
The do you see where? Oh, never mind, never mind. There is a room like above that thing where the dark lens was, but I don't know how to get there.
Oh, we forgot to make the anti-gravity cube.
Oh, you're right. Holy crap! I might have hit you, and I'm sorry. Oh my god. What? He's leaving. There we go. That sucks. Oh Jesus.
Did you put the? Do you have the cube on you, or is it?
I have the cube. I have the cube.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go get some water. Do you want to go make that? I feel like we need that.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Because I think that guy's aggroed, but I'm sure it's fine. You want a bed? Here, I'll put down a bed.
Sure. I'll build it. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Buh. Kids cola.
Alright, I'm back, chat. Hello. Hi. You make the cube?
I made it.
Nice.
It's like just low gravity jump, basically.
Okay. I like how high.
It's not crazy.
What if we like combine it with the jump pad though?
That could be better, yeah. I would say you jump about 50% higher and fall slower too. Oh, oops, wrong way. It might be necessary for getting certain heights or something, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like jump pad is a lot more than what this is.
Okay. Let's try them both.
Caution lasers, I just read on those capsules up top. Oh.
That?
Okay. Here.
Oh, do you equip it? Or?
Yeah, you have to equip it.
It's a, it's a trinket. Let's see.
Yep.
I mean, that's
really high, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, the pad on its own does a lot, so.
Yeah. You want the cube back?
Oops. Sure. Oh yeah.
Oh, you can hold it to keep the effect. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, okay. I will do that then.
Oh. I died.
What?
Do not go into the portals. Or the, yeah.
Where the heck?
I'm just gonna run back.
Oh, I removed the bed. Fudge. My bad. Oh, those poor. Yes. I had wondered about
Yeah, you like
that.
fall out of bounds and die.
Damn.
What's up, Surik? I'm almost
Should I
back.
put the bed down here? Yeah. I guess I'll put it down. Oops. Did you ever make the hand drill? Are you still using a screwdriver?
Yeah, I'm still using the screwdriver. Is there a drill?
Wow. Yeah. We liked that a while ago. I think when we first made the enhancement bench.
I don't have that.
And then there's another upgrade for a power drill. Oh, there's a rat. There's a rat.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
Oh, it builds a lot faster. You can just, like, hold the button.
Maybe because you built the bench, I never got the recipe. Something.
Huh. You could try it with that.
Can you share it with me? Oh, there's a blue up arrow on the item itself.
Yeah, it's not a recipe. It's just you go to the enhanced bench and put it in there, and then it upgrades.
Gotcha. Right. Oh, I think I was gonna do that, but we didn't have like the supplies or something.
Ooh, I see a live fire zone. Oh, God. Oh, shotgun brother.
Ooh, a new helmet.
Oh. briefcase in a little bit.
A breacher helmet. Headshots will sometimes ricochet where receives less spatter from blood and liquids. Has 12 armor. Not bad.
Nice.
Enemy!
An enemy. Oh god.
Oh, I got an ornate key.
Whoa! Nice. Not off a rat boy though, huh? Interesting. Okay, do you see that? Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
I need to grab the arms.
Oh, yeah. Chop them up good. Okay, exploring real quick.
It's so bad at... This thing is so bad at chopping them up, though.
Uh-oh. Yeah, if you need arms, I'll work on some dudes here. Two guys over here. Wow, over the cubicle. Oh, grenade. Grenade.
The brush both.
Oh, I see a sign for the laser place. I'll chop up this other guy. Oh wait, you got him already.
Arms.
Wow. Armsless. There's a cellular lab this way too. Like, there's all stuff we missed. Maybe. There's doors to open too. Oopsies. Alright. Okay, this door doesn't
Get
open
down there.
from the side. What's that?
Just wondering how we get down there. Oh, we can open these.
Damn, nice.
Here.
Is this new or we've been here?
Nah, we've been here.
Oh, this is bench. Okay. But there's like several places right nearby that we haven't, which might require your level 3 card or whatever.
Yeah.
Ah, see, here's the laser that I saw before. And I think we just walk around. Yeah, here we go.
Ooh, okay.
Papers. Oh. Oh, cold storage is this way.
Ooh, that's where that one guy
Yeah.
got
Oh my goodness.
into. Ooh, carbuncle mushrooms.
Hmm. Oh, nice.
Does it double heal? You put your stone? Not sure. I don't think it does.
It drains it either way, so.
Yeah.
Oh, place crowbar 2.0. What? Requires high intensity chemical burn. I don't want to be chemical burn with crowbar, but I'm gonna try it. Missing anti-thermite. Okay, yeah. Well, we gotta figure out how to get that gel. Tainted carbon. Oh yeah. Wow. Oh. Oh. Carbuncle's grabbing the purple guy. It's great. Stomp.
What is this? Oh, it gives us eyeballs for essence.
Oh, interesting. There's a rat. Oh, it's cold in here. Right, cold storage. Oh, I have a cold hat. No, I put it away!
My
How are you
God.
on? Are you freezing in there?
I'm a little cold, I think.
Oh, it's freezing, so I imagine I'm gonna start taking damage after a bit. I'm running. Oh boy.
Ice cream.
There's a hack door.
Oh.
Level 2, but I can't. I don't have any hackers.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of a pain to make because we need, but I mean we can make you one.
Nah, it's fine.
I think it's just like 5 or 6 robots you gotta kill for it.
There's a bunch of materials in here. The carbon and gems. There we go.
Need some freaking duct tape, actually.
I don't have any.
Probably some in here.
Salt.
Oxman have duct tape? Nope. Oh, he's got an arm.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. This is gems into liquid crystal. Robot real close. Oh, I just missed this door. This is also level 2.
Yeah, I tried to open it. I think it might have said it didn't work, or maybe it bugged out. Oh.
Oh, you're in a safe place. What? It's a safe.
Oh,
it's that door.
we're here.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna check. Put down.
If there's anything in cold storage.
Yeah, I mean that anomaly is supposed to be in there or whatever.
Yeah. Root.
Any colder and I'll be homeostatic.
Uh-oh.
Power cell in here.
Oh, nice. Ah. Rebar. Give me that rebar. How do we... maybe we have to open all the containment things and then
Yeah.
come back. Okay. I think there's more stuff, though. Wait, there's another door here. Oh. Right. There's a lift here. I don't know if it goes down or up. Or if it's somewhere we've already been. Cellular lab. Is this new?
Yeah, I don't know. This was like when we came. Oh.
Oh, I'm gonna freaking die. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Dude,
did
the
you get?
green guys are ridiculous. I am to the chemical labs or the cellular lab.
Oh, I see.
Crawling.
on. Three guys right to the right. Oh! Oh, there's another guy. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, you okay over there?
Yeah, they're all dead.
Okay, nice. Syringe plus backpack, plus briefcase is dope.
And strength.
Weapon. Oh, dude, there's a lot of stuff here. Unlock the shortcut too. Silverware into carbon stuff. What the heck is that?
Need to repair my spear, dude. I thought there was duct tape in the
Radiation
cupboards,
vest.
but I guess not.
That new.
So it's the filing cabinets. Did you say radiation vest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found one of those earlier.
Okay, cool. Crunch.
Yeah, you can take this carbon.
Okay. I've got CPUs or PSUs and circuit boards as well.
Okay. I've got like a ton of meat on me now.
Oh, nice.
I found a new like item for a bunch of different soups, so that's nice.
Oh, nice.
You know what? I can put down the platform cart if we want to store stuff here.
Sure. I guess if we're gonna keep getting these things, I won't store those.
Yeah, I can keep them.
Got some good soup.
Alright.
Okay. Alright.
Well.
Laser lab. Oh, wait, we need the thermite stuff.
Yeah, because it just looped around,
we
right?
need the gel. Dang. So how do we get that gel? The gel from the antiverse with extremely unstable properties. Maybe any of those. Like, is there a dismantle for the antiverse gem?
I don't think so. Maybe though. Have we been over here? I'm not really sure where we're meant to go.
I'm really checking where I died. I found a hatch. Oh, shoot. Oh, I remember finding this before.
Where are you at right now?
Okay, I just found a million enemies. Go to the room where I died. Do you remember where that is?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in here at the bottom. Well, in the middle of the room now. Okay, over here. Okay. And then we did this before, but I'm not sure. Follow up. Found a spot with a bunch of enemies. Oh, wait. Where is it? down here. This is kind of the direction of the laser lab. We're above it, I think. Oh gosh. Oh. Oh boy.
I may soon need the
So tanky.
So come on, man. Oh jeez. Some of this seems like we didn't explore it fully. Is this new lore?
Dr. Yannick
it is
has
new
taken
lore.
another incredible leap forward. I confess some of the mathematics elude me, but the fact remains he appears to have instantiated a temporarily stable perforation, not just in space, but in time. There is no ethics committee that could advise us here. We are off the map.
Can we go up and around? There's another elevator spot.
I may soon need the facilities.
Throw in the briefcase. Main friend. I am filthy.
Oh, I have a ton of drumsticks as well now, by the way. 5. No, that's for like the armor or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Return them immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening.
Is
We're
it
just
worth
back
breaking
here.
the robot? Does he drop something?
Just scrap and stuff like coils, I think.
Oh.
Laser room somewhere nearby.
I mean, I think we just need the thermite, right? To do that.
Yeah.
Probably.
We need the gel. Let's see here. Hey, guy. It's a shotgun riot boy over here. Ow, dude. Jeez. Okay, I recognize where this is now. Did we take the lift? There was a lift there. Oh god. Layak. Bye. Okay. What's that lift? Decontamination.
I need freaking duct tape. Hello.
Hi. Do you remember there was a lift near here?
Yeah, I took it. It's just that
Oh.
lift we went on before. At least I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I see. Because I wonder if you can take the lift like again.
Awkward.
Like lower or something. I don't know. Oh, it is next to the laser room. Yeah, Well, shucks.
Shucks indeed.
Shucks. Bucks. Perhaps there is a path that we can run and take cover to get through the live fire area. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Because we have to get to the control center to turn off the turrets.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the map, that's in between those. But, you know, there could be a way below or above or something. Who knows? Where are you at? I'm lost.
I'm at the zip line.
Oh, we never used the zip line, I think, right?
Yeah, it's right by like the elevator.
I don't have a flashlight, so I'm scared.
You still have that coffee?
No, I
Okay.
didn't. I don't think I bought it, actually. Dude, okay, I caught the anomaly. I caught the thing in the test tube. That's all it is.
Oh, all right. Well, look at that. You were right. Is there anything you can craft with that that's useful for us?
It didn't pop up, but we had recipes that required anomalies already.
Mm,
I'm gonna
yeah.
have 5.
Okay.
after the-
Oh, I see you. Yeah, you're like close. This is a zip line. I mean, that just takes us down, but do it.
Sure. Whee! Santa. Oh, right, it's nighttime. The thing that was in cold storage was during nighttime, I think, right? Ah, well, whatever.
You're right.
That's fine. It's still locked up, though.
Yeah.
Can we go back to base?
And I guess I'm not really sure where we should go anymore, like where the path forward is. I wonder if there's like a hack door that we're just forgetting about somewhere. I feel like we've been pretty thorough though.
Did we check the station over here since we got level 3? Oh, there's another robot.
We kill him.
Yeah, I'm done. Still got a bunch of ammo.
Oh wait, maybe down, maybe over this way there was something?
Oh yeah, we haven't been here in a while.
Classification.
Oh, not again.
Oh, the maid. I'm gonna go get the maid. That's gonna be annoying.
Oh, he's grabbing me.
Oh! Hit! Oh, there we go. Blang. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, boys. Oh, gee.
IS classification.
Stop, dude. I leveled up throwing by tossing the med kit on the ground. The briefcase. No. Testing the dual needle. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, mine just ran out.
Well, we can go back and, well, maybe let's check this first and then we can go back.
Oh, I remember we opened a shortcut to this.
Alert. There has been a complete
What's this up here?
containment failure. Please make your way to defense
Holy shit!
Oh,
Where's
gosh.
that from? Oh god.
Have an efficient and effective.
This guy's
Replenishing.
Poof. Heavy armor.
Oh my.
I don't know. I haven't bled in forever.
Oh.
Is it coming? Ow. He's gaming, dude. Dude! Oh, I'm one shot away from dead. From dead. Nice. Oof. Arm.
I got 7 arms.
7 arms.
Yep.
What's this place even? Or keyboards? Oh wait, I remember this. Right. Oh shit. Okay, it's a regular.
Nag vine seed.
Ah! Is it? Vine seed. And then, oh, also night essence. It has 2 repair things.
Note on IS-102. We have determined the bacteriophage recovered by Lenora's team from Antiverse 16 is a form of symbiote used by local species to assist mating. You could almost call it a love potion. Preliminary tests show the effects on mammalian biology are extremely traumatic. I have suggested Dr. Tenku not include images in her first report, if she wishes to continue her research.
Doesn't really seem like there's anything here.
Can I hear? Wait, there's a door up here that's not opened. Oh, it's the upper wildlife pens. Right, we did this. Oh, it looks like wheat is back. Oh, it's very back. I like that. We unlocked a new heal, didn't we?
Maybe?
Bio something. I can't
Oh, I forgot to grab my brief.
No.
All this meat is making me so heavy.
That's the that's the downside to having so much meat, man. Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh, I almost fell very far. Oh, no, I still fell far.
Oh, it's so annoying. I can barely fucking move. Oh, hey.
Hi.
Can you grab something?
Sure. Yeah, I got space.
Take the arms.
Nice. Nice.
That's good. I left my briefcase.
What was up there? Oh yeah. The two-parter thing. Seed and dark, whatever. Essence. Supply room. Rebar.
Anything up the stairs here? Oh yeah, just the big place with all the wheat.
Yeah, I grabbed a bunch of wheat.
Okay.
Particle lab this way, which we've been to already, but it could be a different section of it.
Why am I so goddamn
there's-
slow, dude?
There's unpackaged benches here.
This is because I'm in yellow. Oh, my leg's broken.
Oh. I thought you couldn't break them with the...
I think it was from the enemy.
Oh. Yeah, I think we go back. I want to... I don't know. I want to try and figure out something for the first live fire area we were at.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's like we still can't open the door, right?
Did the other side have a door, though? I mean, the one where we had a robot and we lured it back next to where we first...
Oh, right. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we do just need to get in there.
I'm heading back.
Okay.
Could use a short nap.
I'm so slow. I need to bring splints with me. I'm gonna make some. Have you seen Slave?
No, he's only around at night, I think.
Oh. That makes sense.
At least that's what I had noticed.
I bought a copy.
Oh, nice. We'll be ready. Arms. Okay, arms stashed. Oh yeah, let's see what we need the anomalies for. Anomalous compost.
Oh, at least I'm getting strength XP, I guess.
I don't know how to search that. Things that you...
I feel like we made good progress today. We're kind of stuck right now, though.
Oh, we got stuff to make a portal suppression field for the bench upgrade. Just prevents the portal-based events.
Gotcha.
Anything you need?
I'm gonna cook some stuff.
Yep. I'm looking for what needed anomalies to correct.
Okay. Okay, well, we got a lot of meat and stuff. That's good. We have an ornate key.
What was that? What was that sound?
I'm not sure.
It's it. Oh, did it zap the? I've been waiting to see if. Oh, it did. It zapped him. We got one. We got a Layak essence.
Nice.
Nice. Take that, Layak. We needed 3 for something, though?
Alright, I got new soups. What can I make? A lot of it's mushroom. Larva meat. I don't know where that, when I got that.
Ah, anomalies are for the transmogrifier. Change your.
I don't know if we can make anything with these mushrooms yet. Oh shit, I got a shit. I need to plant more mushrooms. I guess I'll make more of the goods too. Heart, drumstick, and arm. Wait, do I not have any arms? Oh no, I do. You can make that armor now too if you want. There's a lot of arms.
We can also make a beekeeper suit. I know we're not keeping them yet, but soon.
Yeah.
Have you
Oh yeah, we should see if you can dismantle antiverse gems into gel.
Oh yeah.
The pest teleporter needs anomalies. Huh. I don't know what it's for. Oh, we can make the one personal teleporter. Boom.
Nice.
I think I can make another one for you, which would be huge, because then we can just teleport whenever we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be really nice. We should have made that a while ago, honestly.
I think we needed materials. Where are you at?
By the charging station.
Okay, I'm dropping your teleporter.
Okay.
In the main crafting room. It does need to be charged. Of course, we'll charge it while we're running around, so.
Okay. So do we need to set, how does it work exactly? It takes us to a bench, right?
Well, yeah, when synced with a crafting bench. We probably you hold it and then click on the bench. Yes, sync personal teleporter with. Teleporter synced. Nice. So we can technically just be building crafting benches wherever we want and then make those teleport points. But I don't know if we need to necessarily.
Alright, we got a ton of soup too if you want any.
Soup! Oh, I'm making some of this armor.
Yeah, I made the gloves. Purpose gloves.
Yeah. Nice.
Since the other one's legs, and we got the bionic ones.
Ooh, 56 armor.
I could certainly use a drink.
Have the chest or head recipes, huh? There's my bottle. That's so much soup! Start drinking it.
Oh yeah, this teleporter's. Oh my god, this is gonna be so nice.
Heck yeah.
For what do you seek?
Oh yeah, let me upgrade the screwdriver.
Oh yeah. When can we get our poop? Maybe we can't. I thought maybe we would get poop from the bucket, but do we have more storage spot? Oh, I guess it's this ornate one. Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice load of scrap.
Yeah, I dismantled the, the anvils. I don't think they're used for anything else.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Well, I upgraded the pistol. It's semi-automatic now, I think.
Ooh. Had you put the flashlight on it?
Yeah, it's got the flashlight too.
Nice, nice.
Hey.
2 more arms and 1 more CPU bot. I can make the biometric arm wraps.
Oh right.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of want to use them, but I just made the carapace gloves. It's a lot of armor.
You desire what?
Dude, I have so many buffs. My goodness.
So many buffs?
Yeah, like when I press X, I have like 15.
Nice.
Do we have tomato seeds anywhere still?
Ooh.
Maybe they're in the fridge?
Hmm. Where did we get them? I don't even remember. Just out in the world? Wait, I remember seeing 1 tomato seed, but you might have grabbed it already.
Oh.
Seed packet.
I don't see any. That's okay.
Yeah. Did you sync your teleporter to the vent?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Okay. I think. Oh, I need some more heals. Right, we got a billion wheat now. So. Oh, we're actually running out of bio scrap.
Oh yeah, there's a few syringes in storage.
Oh.
That's okay. Who bases in the cafe? What do you... I like our base, alright? But honestly, I would be down to move bases. It's just like... I don't know. Everything has connected to this area so far, so it's been like... Hasn't really felt necessary to leave. Hey, Toll Booth Will, thank you for the 53 months.
Okay. I think I'm good to go.
All right. One last little trip.
Yep.
Before we end it for the day.
Yep.
Oh, platform cart. Hold on.
Platform cart? Do you have a bed?
No. Maybe I should make one.
We could take the one from the base.
True.
Because there's a cot there too.
And we can just spawn at the cafeteria as like, it's like one of the options. So. Store this stuff. I have your spuddy.
Oh yeah, I'm not using Spuddy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Using the cube. Oh.
I feel like I have too much stuff on me, but I don't really know what to get rid of, so I guess it's fine. We have the cart anyways. Alright, I'm ready.
Alright, I'm at the lab. So, we want to try and find a way at the first, that live fire
Yeah,
area.
we can see if we can get through there somehow.
I'm going to the lift.
I haven't seen many water coolers today. We're actually getting a little low on water.
Scary. Soup is pretty good water, though.
True, but you can't use soup to make soup.
Yeah. Unless. Yeah, it was through this way. Some water here. Down this way. It's fine, man. Don't worry. Okay. Maybe we can talk to that NPC again. Maybe he'll give us like a little tip for how to get past. Sank.
I can get us through the vacuum chamber. I'm sure of it. But you need to find a way to get to the control center and reset the security system.
Not very helpful.
Here, so follow me. Yeah, come back out. So if we go run in here,
Yep.
Wait a sec, where was it? No, it was up top actually. Let me jump at it again.
There's also a door here, but probably later.
So if we just run directly to the right here, and
Oh yeah, you made that.
yeah, you can get into this area.
Well, yeah, I feel like this is definitely what we're supposed to do.
Yeah.
There's a downstairs. But there's no guns over here. Some emails.
I'm gonna grab some duct tape for repairs.
Okay, this email says maybe there's a way that you can like time stop. It creates a little like a local space time at close to zero density. So maybe we could use that to get past the.
But we still can't open it though, because it's Well, oh, maybe just to get past it, though, yeah.
Dr. Derek Mance report.
Yeah, and this
Is there
I
a
have
path,
spent more
like,
time
under
with
the turrets?
IS-012 recently. I have yet to fully fathom this creature.
In this place? Yeah, like
It
where the robot
insists
was.
it is
when we-
a
No, I
known
mean, like, the
former
other
member of my
ones
staff.
that
I don't know.
we died
I
at.
attended that
Okay.
man's funeral more than 2 years ago.
But I mean,
So
that may
far,
not
this
even
entity
be
has done nothing
at
to
all
threaten
like
or
what we were
jeopardize
trying to
the
get
facility.
past. Like, it could
Yeah,
be
yeah,
I find it a
yeah.
bit charming, and perhaps it is harmless. But if I must
should
choose,
both be the same place.
I'd
Yeah,
rather
the
be
fuck,
cruel
Leak, I'm dying by. Oh, I need a bed.
Its containment remains indefinite.
All right.
Goodbye, Lobos. Wait, there's a tram here.
What?
Yeah.
A different tram?
I don't know. Wait, have we been here before? I'm confused. The tram with the live fire zone, like, right next to it.
Sounds new. Almost back.
Aw.
Boing.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of containment, return them immediately. Have an
Well,
efficient and effective.
so the cube stops time? Is that?
No.
Or
No, there was something. Well, there was an email about the cube. There was a different one that said, like, come over to C block. You're gonna love this. But then, we've been in C block so much.
Well, Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read that. Curious.
Do you want to try taking this tram?
Yeah.
I feel like this goes to where we use the tram key, and it'll cut us over here, which is fine. Oh.
Wait, the time break. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that email where he's talking about.
So I found the time break, but it was behind a locked door. It was like on the 4th floor of the lift. It's like those containment cells next to, at like the big lift.
I'm gonna try something here. I may die.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. It doesn't... Oh, I was gonna say it's bad at shooting me and then it shot me. Alright, what's that? Good. Oh, you're running there?
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of
Uh,
where I was trying something.
Okay.
See, I got up here. I just jumped up here. Oh, okay. Let's calm down. What? I need you, Dist.
Okay, I'm healing.
Okay. What's up there? Did you make...
Nothing.
Oh.
Well, actually, okay, I shouldn't say that, but I might be able to break the glass and, like, get behind the turret.
Think about damaging the turrets. That makes sense. We never even tried shooting it with anything.
Honestly, I think this could be promising.
Where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I hear our manslave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna try shooting this turret. Okay, it doesn't seem like it.
Where's? All right, I'm gonna come down to you.
Oh,
Where's? Oh, here he is.
There he is. See what he gives.
Oh, lucky me.
I got an achievement.
Oh.
All right.
Nice. Nice.
Okay. All right. Well, follow me.
Yeah, I don't have a light at all, so.
Oh yeah, we had the supplies to make another headline. Okay.
I'm good.
So I mean, yeah, I just kind of charged through here, like up the ramp.
Okay. I'm bleeding, but I'm fine. Oh, but there was nothing up here, yeah?
Yeah, but you can. I broke that window, and I was thinking we could drop down there, and then go through that path. You see, I'm not at full health though. Do you have the briefcase?
Oh yeah. A little bit. I also have syringes.
The thing is, though, if we die here, our loot might end up in a really bad spot.
That is true. But you can just save and quit, and it'll put our loot all the way back at the cafeteria.
Oh, right, because you tested that before.
To me all the time.
Okay.
Briefcase? Oh my. Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, it's out.
Are you at full health, or?
I'm very close. I'm like 98%.
All right. Well. Just try.
Sure. I have the most armor. Man, if we had 2 beds. We don't have any beds.
I have 1 bed back there.
Oh, you have? Oh, you do.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Probably should have grabbed it. Yeah, I mean, maybe only one of us goes first, just to see.
Oh, yeah. Where's the? You have the bed down already.
Here, if you want to put your stuff in here, you can.
I see. Well, I'm not carrying much anyways. Simple. All right. Topping off. Okay. Fine.
I'm scared.
I'm in. Easy.
Okay.
Easiest run of my life.
I'll take your stuff. My ass.
That's all I got. We got like 1 feel off.
Oh. Nice.
Okay. All right, we're through. There's
Progress.
lift. And also it opens. Hydro plant, heat exchange, reactor flow. What is that crazy plant down there?
Ooh, maybe that's food.
Gel.
Can I put it in my soup?
Whoa, oh. Why is it wood? Well, I guess it's a plant. Okay.
Where is this? What is this elevator?
This is. Oh, that takes. What? I don't know.
Oh. Hi.
And then there's also a ladder up to the same spot.
Alert. There has been a
This pipe,
containment failure.
Lobos?
Please make your
Yeah.
way
Where'd you go?
Does it have a path there? Oh, I HDing away.
I think we could jump pad, or you might even be able to jump up there right now. Okay, maybe not. But we, all right, if we get the jump pad though, maybe.
Can we hit this button? No. Coolant, heat exchange, reactor flow. Wait, what about here? Oh, they all have these sorts of paths.
I mean...
What about...
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Well, did you go down the ramp here?
Whoa, how did I jumped on the door? I started going down the ramp and exploring and came back.
Oh, I found a ladder.
Quality.
Oh gosh.
It's fog day. Yay.
Exceeding nominal level.
Oh yeah,
Let's see if I can find a shortcut or something.
Definitely. I'm looking left. Oh no, that's dead end too. Okay. There's a bunch of doors here. Okay. The found lore.
The properties of 139's residue is fascinating. I'm not entirely sure where to begin, but the being disintegrates during extreme stress, leaving behind a material that can store and distribute electrical charge with extraordinary efficiency. The applications of high-density, rapid discharge power storage are obvious even to a curmudgeon like Thule, who for reasons entirely beyond me continues to enjoy the trust of the executive committee. Even he should be able to understand. Here is a big bang from a small package.
You went downstairs?
Yeah, I'm reading on a PC right now.
Oh, I found a lift that's got a water droplet. That icon was... Oh, wait. Never mind. That's a gate. Oh, I found you.
A sip of water would suffice.
Could I have my soup, please?
You need soup?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I have your soup. Hey, let me give you your stuff back. There's something else I still have, my bad.
I think it was just loot, so... No big deal. I see arrows. Following arrows. Car? Oh wait, this is how we first got down here.
On disk. Wonder if that's important. Yeah, this is not helping us, this fog right now.
Yeah, bad timing.
Terrasque. Wait, did you just do something?
Nope.
You got through.
Oh. Oh, this is the right way, I guess.
Where? Wait, oh, wait.
There's like a gate, half-open gate.
Oh. I just got an ID card.
Oh?
Or new attire ID card. What? By interacting with this science man, he's dead. New attire. Oh, it's cosmetics.
Oh, wait, this is the Wait, oh my god, he's right here, Lobos.
Where?
Right here, right now, come back.
Oh, okay. Yeah?
He's right here.
Oh. Okay. Oh,
I don't know if I want
dude.
to do that right now, though.
Yeah, no.
Because getting back here is going to be horrible.
No.
So through this gate, I think...
Opinion data. Okay, cool. Oh. Security.
I think this might be the control center.
Hello.
You made it past the turrets.
Oh.
First.
Yes.
I've been locked in here since we contained
Hell
IS-121. For its own safety, as much as ours. Such an incredible specimen. And not...
Go! God damn it!
Capacitance of its circulatory fluid is extraordinary.
I need bandages.
Just a few
Bandage
drops
me,
contains
please.
enough energy to power an entire portal network.
Thank you.
We've barely begun to
Oh
understand
yeah, here
the
you go.
possibilities.
Let me give you.
I need another bandage. I was bleeding twice. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Ow. Oh. So where's the turret off button? Oh. So we definitely just have to lure the Terrasque into the turrets, right? Right?
Surely.
Surely.
I think we just keep exploring this area a bit. Because
Okay,
we've got to
but can we
be...
dock under this gate? Because, like, what if I just say hello to him with a ranged grinder shot and then...
But he's not going to go into the
turret.
turret.
The security button.
Oh,
What if
maybe.
I'm going to lure him away, and then
Alright.
you go hide around the corner. He's probably going to teleport insta-give me.
Alright, I'm going to hide over
Ready?
here. Yeah, I'm
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Hey, bud. Hey, buddy. Okay, he's mad. Oh, I'm running. I'm running. Okay. Okay. Oh! Okay.
Oh, he's coming to me.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No. He's looking at me. Okay. Okay, he's stuck here. He's not doing anything.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay. Yep.
It doesn't seem like there's anything I can do here.
Okay, I'm gonna try and... I might have him cheesed. Oh, he's pretty cheesed, man. Hold on. He's super cheesed. Okay, I'm just
Can you
gonna
melee his
repeatedly-
leg?
Yeah, I'm meleeing him right now. Oh, no! Oh!
I'm okay.
Okay, so... Okay. Should be fine.
Figured I'd get here to help you.
Oh, he's dead.
I don't think he's dead.
Easiest kill of my life. Wait, is he dead? He's still breathing.
He's
Oh,
not
he got
dead.
up. He's getting up. He's getting up. Okay, that's fine. Ah, oh. Okay. Bro, I didn't know the Terrasque was so easy. Stay down. Okay, time to wail on him. Going for the head. Oh, he's getting up. Oh. Oh, I think it doesn't hit us because the line of sight or something. Yep. Briefcase. Oh.
They did put this door awfully close to this guy.
Seems like he can die.
You're like knocking his head away.
I don't know if you're muted, by the way.
Oh, I am.
Okay. The door's gonna break, dude. Okay. Oh, I'm leveling up.
Oh
sneaking.
no!
What? What? No!
It's okay.
No!
It's okay. I think I can get back. I think I can get back.
Oh no, he's resetting. All right. Turrets. Is he jumping at you?
I'm running back through the turrets again.
Uh-oh. I might be clipping him through the door. I can't. No, we're good.
I'm here.
Okay. Item broken. Oh shit, crowbar's broken. I don't know if he dies ever. We gotta kill him with the turrets. I'm telling you. Oh no. Unless. Oh, nice timing. Oh, his arm is broken. You see it?
Oh my god, he's so tanky.
I am pretty much out of weaponry. Oh wait, I can use a broken crowbar still. Ow. Oh wait, we need to pick up the briefcase to charge it.
Oh, I thought he died.
Yeah, something different was happening for sure. Purple.
This is
like
just...
he definitely got a scripted death. Something.
So? Do we give up?
It's either he's got a scripted death thing, or he's got so much health that it's not unreasonable, but really unreasonable. Near unreasonable. Wow.
Surely it's close. What if we're like, it's like that meme, you know, like the gamblers quit right before the end. Like we're that close. He's so close to it.
It's a dangerous line of thinking, but it's how I pretty much always think. Ow. I got a healing syringe. I was just thinking, well, maybe I can drill him. No. Oh, no.
My gosh.
Oh.
Die!
Freaking. I'm using a broken knife on him. Did you go out there?
Oh. Yeah. I wanted to hit his, like, he does have these, like, weak spots on his chest, it looks like.
Really? Yeah. Got little tentacles. Good. Good.
I'm just gonna spawn with the bed, I think.
Here, he's down. Oh, he moves.
Can't even hit them though.
I went inside of him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is ridiculous. I feel like.
Okay, so if we're gonna lure him to turrets, let's say, take a nap.
Kill me, please.
Oh, did I just steal your respawn?
No, I'm good.
Oh. Okay. Because it said you were blown to bits as I started sleeping. I was like, oh god.
Yeah, I mean, all my weapons are broke. I feel like we're just wasting our time, probably.
Yeah. I'm up.
Well, shall we keep exploring then, or I don't know.
I guess. Or try and lure him.
But how do we? I just don't really see that.
Hello.
The Terrasque is incredible, but we had to make sure it couldn't reach the other specimen. If they managed to, well, you know, the energy released would be unthinkable.
It's almost dead. Opium. did he even go?
What, the Terrasque?
Yeah, he's just freaking somewhere.
He's wandering now. Are you, okay. Yeah, I see. There's another big room here. Let's check this out. I'm going down further. Oh.
I don't know, like maybe it is low, but
this is back where
okay.
we were again. Dude, I wish we could see ever again.
Yeah.
Is this? Oh, I see him. I'm in the email store. Are you trying to pull through? Oh god. Oh, found vents.
This is bullshit. There's no way you can kill him, man.
Oh yeah, I've been in this room like 100 times. Hello. Oh, you see? Oh god. Okay. Please leave me alone. Oh dear.
Finding some vents. Oh, I'm right by you.
Yeah. I vented a few times. Clearly for like hiding and sneaking around while he's out here.
Yeah.
So there was nothing at the console that was in front of him?
Nope.
Oh, I found bees. Okay, I need to go back up. Yeah, here. There might have been a journal entry about something to do with the Terrasque. I mean, they did say...
There is a journal I got, for
Yeah, it was when we walked in the gate or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming up. Like, I feel like maybe we could open these doors. Maybe not. I'm gonna peruse journal myself.
I don't know, it says structural mass dampeners are suggested, but are not at this stage an essential requirement. But maybe that's
so
just
we
for
keep
storing
stabbing
him? Or maybe we do just keep stabbing him, I don't know.
What if he has like 10 health, dude? We have to hit him 10 times and he dies. He's weak against electricity damage, fire damage, and plasma damage. There was also something else. Can you review the lore that dude was spouting? Fish. do we get out of here? I guess, I mean...
Yeah, I don't... well, by the NPC...
There's that spot, but then, like, where we originally came from was not that, right? It was, the room with the pipes that we were gonna try. Oh my.
I'm feeling distinctly anhydraous.
Oh god. Are you dead?
No.
What was that? Oh.
Maybe he's low.
Maybe he's low. Yeah. I'm attacking with no stamina, no durability. Probably good. I mean,
what if he's like regened his health though?
Maybe. I don't know. Okay, now interact with his nipples. No. He's got weird udders. I'm walking this way a bit. Okay. Where was this gun? Okay, there's the gun. Okay, gun, yes. How do we gotta open this door. Can we break this door down? Ah! Oh my shoot. Okay, this is recovered a bit. Oh, I can push him. Wait, he's dead! He is dead! We did it! We were right! Holy shit! Oh my god. Yes!
Chop him!
Oh. Holy crap. Give us the oil or whatever. The ichor, yeah. And his
Skull.
skull. Oh my goodness. We did it.
Need any healing?
We had the right of it all along.
That is ridiculous, though.
No, there's definitely another way to deal with him. But...
Well, yeah, there's probably either another way to deal with it or our weapons were just not good. Because you said what, like electric damage is he's weak to, right? So.
There was several he's weak to, but then like he's not weak to explosives.
Oh yeah, we have teleporters.
Oh, maybe she'll turn this off now.
The Terrasque is massive.
He's dead!
But in its home antiverse, it's almost microscopic. Can you imagine what else exists there? I'm sure the gatekeepers would have brought home even bigger specimens if they could.
Yeah, they could. Where did we need to use this?
Oh.
That gun is there. Yeah,
Like there's a path to the right.
Yeah, there's a gun directly.
Wait, is this where we this is where we dropped?
Probably.
No, I think it actually is where we dropped.
Hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, I made it.
Is there an elevator right there?
This is like where we came from initially. Yeah, it's the elevator thing.
Okay. Because yeah, I think that's where we dropped out the window.
Oh shit. Where? There's a door away. Wait, is that true? Oh, that's an hydro. Yeah, do you want to just teleport out of here? I don't know. I mean, we know how to do the run now. That would be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting late, so we can teleport back and then try to tackle it next time, I guess.
I'm using my teleporter. Wow. Sick.
Teleport destination is blocked. Oh, maybe it's...
Oh, try it again.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, that is so good.
We need to remember where to use the Terrasque ichor. Gave us 5 of this. Did you get a new recipe with the skull?
No. Putting it in the fridge, though.
Okay. Nice. glad this stuff... Wait, does it go bad? I don't know. It doesn't seem to go bad.
Does what? The soup?
Oh yeah, I was wondering if the soup goes bad just sitting on the table, but it seems good. Bland pea soup.
Still haven't figured out what to use the porcelain key for either.
Yep. Yep. Security pack. Oh, that's right. There's the new pack. Researchers pack. Oh, we don't have the recipe for carbon plating yet. That'll be good. Okay. Well, cool beans.
Yeah, pretty successful day, I would say.
I think we did a lot of good. Are you available tomorrow or something else?
Yeah. Yeah, I could play more tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm down. Let's do it.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Same time.
Yeah. Yeah, can do.
Okay, man. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, it was fun. Hopefully we could figure it out tomorrow. 'Cause it's like we got into the area, but I don't know what that, like, what did that even do for us? You know?
We got the Ichor, which lets us fix something. And
Oh.
that
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, have a good night, man. Yeah, it was a fun day.
Take care. Bye, buddy.
Good night.
Good night.
That was a pretty fun session, chat. I'd say we made a lot of progress. Pretty good. Pretty good. I guess the Ichor was used to repair one of those pump things or something. Oh yeah, let me end the... How do I end stream together? Oh, here we go. All right, chat. It's just you and me now. Am I done for the night? Yeah, I'll probably just call it a night here. We've been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah, we're on the hard difficulty. We made a lot of progress today. Also, this personal teleporter is so freaking nice. My goodness. I have 2 left. Skip the obvious solution to everything. What, going to the control room?
Unknown facility access detected. Caution advised.
Or the control center, are you talking about? Because that, I mean, we wanted to go to the control center, but we don't know how to get there. Like, I don't know. I mean, I assume you guys are talking about the control center, no? Unless that's where we just were. Well, is it the control center that we missed, chat? Or was that where I just was? Well, yeah, no, I mean, I get that, chat, but like... Okay, just tell me this. We missed the control center, right? That's literally what I'm asking. Yeah, okay. That's... I mean, yeah. I figured as much, but like, that's the thing. I don't know how we're supposed to get there. Because there's a zip line from the control center, but I don't know how to get up to here. Is it just like a path? It's probably just a path we missed then, right? Just something simple. Sixth floor, Portal Lab 04. I don't think we ever made it to the 6th floor. Having the jump pad railroaded them away from the solution. Okay, well, I think you basically just said... I see. I figured we probably missed something in that area. I think that the NPC is also kind of misleading though, because if the pathway to the control center is right there by the guns, then that means... I don't know, like it was just weird because we found the NPC and she's like, you need to go to the control center and then the guns will get turned off. But maybe the path to the control center must not even be near the gun. Like there must be no guns. I guess there's just a path we missed near the turrets. Hey, Bristlebound, thank you for the 18 months. Microtab, thank you for the 38 months. It said to jump over the gap. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think we saw whatever gap that is, but I'll look around more. That was a pretty cool strat we did, though. I guess. I wonder if it's possible to get past the turrets without going up in that spot. Well, like, you know, like running past them. I mean, it seems like the turrets do damage based on your armor, so I guess if you're strong enough, you could just like face tank the turrets, and maybe the forge armor also makes the turrets like do less damage because they bounce off of you or whatever. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, chat. On the ground, it's impossible. Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom. And then... I might end stream. Maybe we'll do something. I don't know. I'm gonna go see what Larks is doing because I don't know if she's gonna stop streaming soon or not.